because the OBS seems like it's taking its sweet time setting up right now. I hope it's working. I hope it's working the way that it's supposed to. But, you know, as you come in, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm personally love you. Thank you for being here. We do have a few things on the docket. We got Shoeonhead doing some MAGA sweeping. I'm going to see if I can substantiate. I think it's old school. And it might be AKA Batusai, who take issue with me classifying her Shoeonhead as a national Bolshevik. But I think what's interesting, the reason why I classify that way, number one, she married like a traditional Catholic nationalist. Number two, it seems like she's perfectly fine chilling with like far-right figures and shouting them out like Tucker Carlson and a few other right-wingers who are ostensibly anti-war. And then not just that, it seems like she hangs out with, like, she used to hang out with Vosh and Xander Hall and all that, like, leftist crew. So I do think she wants to decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production. But if she had to, you know, move her politics through populist right-wing electoral bullshit and or work with far-right Christian nationalists, then I think she would. I think she 100% would work with Jack Posobiec and Tucker Carlson and her husband if she thought that that would achieve a more materially just society. And I do think that when she's gotten into beefs with the far left, it has largely been over sexual shit. She got in trouble for launching some kink at Pride discourse a couple of years in a row. She got in trouble with Xander Hall and Demon Mama and Vosh for kicking off the kink at Pride pedo fashion brand discourse. Do you guys remember that? I think it was Balenciaga. They did a photo shoot where they showed off kids as a part of their photo shoot carrying teddy bears put in BDSM gear, and then in a separate photo shoot, some of the paperwork in the background was about like what constitutes CSAM. And so as a result, she was like, yo, fashion brand is using pedo shit for marketing. What the fudge is this? They deserve all the backlash they're getting. And then Demon Mama and Xander Hall were like, how dare you be homophobic? Do you remember that? Because that was truly one of the biggest self goals I'd ever seen in Twitch and YouTube politics, was Xander Hall and Demon Mama saying that a fashion brand doing pedo marketing was homophobic. I was like, what is happening here? What is going down? That was like a truly wild drama that I wish I had covered at the time. I don't think I covered it at the time, but it was just such a weird moment, such a confluence of political pressures and thoughtlessness and stupidity and Twitter and pop culture, and God, that was wild. But anyways, Randy Chang says, happy Monday, nerds. Happy Monday to you, King. Solid Snake says, what's up, fool? What's up, mine? Hey, Jen Winkler, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Happy to see that you're recovering. Solid Snake says, straight up nods. Well, I agree. I want to see old school. I want to see what this is, where she's like, MAGA is right. The far left has gone too far. And I want to see what this content is. I think it might be very silly. Diminished Darknut says, hi. I wish they'd just have gay CEOs or accomplished individuals at pride parades instead of embarrassing displays of sexual addiction worship. Hey, there we go. Hey. Kiss dudes. Just be normal about it. I mean, I think we'll both get called homophobes for that take, but it is what it is. Paul V says, or Paul, is it the 4th or the 15th or something? Those moments make me really hate being left-leaning, not gonna lie. Yeah. Dude, that made the, like, pro, I can fantasize about whatever I want to crowd. That even made them uncomfortable, because they were like, well, you're using actual kids in your marketing, so this is escaping the realm of fantasy. So even we're uncomfortable with this. It was pretty funny. Conservative Liberalism says, you hung out with Vosh and Xanderhall too, didn't you? How do we know you aren't the Nazbol? I mean, I might be. I might be. I might be a Singaporean Nazbol. You don't even know. But, well, with Vosh or whatever, it would, like, we did, like, 2 debates about law enforcement and something else. I forget what it was. We maybe had a total of, like, 4 or 5 interactions, which is funny because it feels like more in retrospect, but it might have only been, like, 4 or 5 interactions. And I consider myself a fan. I don't know if you guys remember this moment, but he had this thing where his keyboard crapped out on him, and then the second keyboard crapped out on him that he had plugged in to save the first, and then he'd had a secret third cheap keyboard, and the comedic delivery on like his keyboards fucking up was like so perfect. It might as well have been a skit, and I loved it. I thought it was hysterical. But then that whole horse lolicon thing, I had to be like, makes me sad, but you kind of deserve your lumps on this one. And then people were mad that I was like not making vociferous content about it. And I was like, well, he's a part of a political organization that I'm a part of, and I'm doing this for pragmatic reasons. And they literally could not wrap their head around that. They still can't. They still can't wrap their head around that. Christian Valeris the other day on Twitter, he was characterizing the way that I covered Vosh during his drama as defending Vosh, which was literally like, I don't know if you guys know, like maybe I should do a mind map on it, but like offense is where you're attacking somebody. Defense is where you're saying things on their behalf in order to try to defend their position. Neutrality is you don't say anything, or you abstain from commenting, or you make statements that are neither trying to attack the opposite party on their behalf nor defending their actions. It's funny to me that like we have attack, defense, and neutrality, and people forget that neutrality is a possibility. Diminished Darknut says, most pride parades are fun, though the sex edition is pretty great. Dang it. And we lost you. Conserve says the Balenciaga stuff was so eye-opening towards anyone defending the company. Well, dude, see, that's the thing. I don't think Xander Hall is like a huge fan of fashion companies. I don't think he's a huge fan of, kids being used in sexually suggestive ways for marketing. I think he truly thought that he had a headshot on Shoeonhead to call her a homophobe, and it was the dumbest angle possible. Like, I truly thought it was a stupid way. I think he thought that he could, like, rally all the LGBTQIA pluses into attacking Shoeonhead, but I think he was in, like, some Discord circle jerk call where they all agreed that she was transphobic and homophobic, and they didn't realize that that line of attack was going to fall flat on its face outside of their little Discord call. Randy Chang says, I don't want to Google Nazbol on my work computer, but I feel like my definition might be off. I think it's National Bolshevik. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but after World War II, Nazism is not popular, right? National Socialism is not popular, mostly because of that Hitler guy. He was not a nice guy. So National Socialism was not popular. But what some leftist revisionaries, I think in the later 20th century, so like 1980s on, as the Soviet Union was collapsing, they kind of realized that the universal proletarian ideals of Marxism, where you unify the entire planet of working class people into like a global revolution, was kind of idealistic and not feasible and not logistically possible. And so as a result, they tried to say, we can achieve Marxism, we can achieve socialism or communism, but we have to do that through a nationalist lens. And we don't want the hangups of National Socialism, and we do want to prioritize economic and material justice over national pride. And so as a result, we have this secret third thing, National Bolshevism, which is going to be, the best parts of communism and socialism and the best parts of nationalism, but we'll try to avoid all the pitfalls of the Nazis and the pitfalls of Stalin. But realistically, I also think a healthy chunk of them are like Stalinist revisionists as well. So, my kind of leftism is reading Marx in between bench press sets type beat. Well, that's still too Marxist for me, but all right. We all read between the lines. We know you're a part of the Equestrian Defense League. Son of a bitch. No. I don't want to imagine sex acts with a horse, nor imagine myself being the horse. I am not a Voshite defender. Not in that regard, especially. Well, QC John says, Connor, has anyone told you there is apparently no such thing as neutral anymore? You are on the team or the other team. It's exhausting. Lol. Dude, that truly is how it feels, don't you think? It truly is how it feels. Conservatism says Connor is snarking Hitler again. Bruh. I saw 3 clips today, or in the past 48 hours, that I'm not going to do content on, even though it would be really funny to do content on it. Number one was Pisco saying that, I think he's talking to Owlishness, and he's like, no, Destiny lied about me and lied to my face. I'm never interacting with him again. And she's like, but can you though? But can you? But can you though? But can you? That was an interesting clip. Then the other thing, which by the way, like, I don't, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll keep my thoughts to myself. The other thing was I saw Destiny debunks Counterpoints' delusional court case takes. And I open up the opening clip, and the opening clip is him saying, yeah, it's all legal, dumbass. It's related to a court case. Does that hit for idiots? Does that hit for idiots? Like, there's obviously the court case, then there's the public relations around the court case. Saying something confidently doesn't make it true, you jackass. And then the same thing too. Oh, they don't want anonymity. They don't want anonymity because they're worried about digital harassment. They only and exclusively want anonymity so they can hit me with a gag order. You understand people can have like multiple motivations for something at the same time, and saying something Machiavellian and nefarious about your opponents doesn't make it exclusively true. And then, why skip that content? Bring the slop? No. Grassroots and I had a little heart-to-heart, and I need to, I'll keep a majority of that heart-to-heart private. And it's not that anything's changed. Nothing's changed. But what he pointed out to me, and another coworker slash person that I trust in the space pointed out to me, it's like the slop. The slop attracts a certain kind of people. The politics attracts a certain kind of people. And you need to, you need to balance it. They said they just need to cut it off. Just cut off all slop. Not Grassroots, but the other guy. The other guy said cut out all slop. Weirdly enough, Grassroots is a slop fan some of the time. But basically, the other guy was like, dude, you just got to kill the slop. But the truth is, what you cover is what your channel is going to be. Right? What you cover is what you're going to be, right? So, see, and Jen Winkler says they already aren't anonymous, though. Right. But don't you think that it would be different? Let's say that, well, and by the way, it doesn't fucking matter what Steven thinks. It doesn't even matter what you think. It matters what they think. And part of the reason why J-Stock didn't join part of the case, his own cited reasons, was his lack of anonymity and digital harassment. It doesn't matter what you think. You're the other side. Like, what the fuck? Why do we care what you think? It's what they think. That's so silly. Yeah. Okay, you guys are sloppers. You guys are sloppers. I get it. You guys just want to slop in the opposite direction. Owlishness does point out that it's not owlishness, it was Zug. Okay, I gotcha. Well, I already told y'all, I already told Pisco to his face, by the way, that I wish that he would just say, hey, fuck you, right? Like that would be easier for me if Pisco said fuck you, if J-Stock said fuck you, if Queeman said hey fuck you, and then Steven could have like an endless content cycle of people telling him to fuck himself, including me. But unfortunately, those other people are pussies, so yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. This is the thing that's very silly to me. Okay, it's very silly to me. You guys say no one could ever be worried about internet anonymity ever, and that's obviously silly as shit. Okay, not everybody is like your boy here, who basically says, I don't care, like, I want some degree of anonymity. I don't just want to post my name, address, telephone number out there every single day. But if you do go the extra step of finding out my name, address, and telephone number, and you come hang out with me, then, you know, you better have good intentions, or else it's not going to go good for either of us. You know, that's kind of my attitude for it. So anyways, I'm not litigating this with you guys. If you guys want to go into your circle jerk spaces and fucking jerk each other raw. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let me show you. I changed the title of it. So if you guys want to litigate this, here you go. Here's the perfect spot. Okay. Here's Snarkers versus anti-Snarkers text chat. Okay. All DGGers are welcome. You want to flood the space? You want to sweep for your king? You want to be fucking, you know, arguing about this 24/7, 365? You want to say that it's not rational to have these anxieties or the fears? Here's a perfect place to do it. Okay? It's the Snarkers versus anti-Snarkers chat. But if you talk only about this over and over and over again, then eventually you're going to be relegated exclusively to this chat. And I don't care if you're a pro-Destiny guy, an anti-Destiny guy. I don't care. If you're obsessed with this singular topic, eventually you will be relegated to exclusively this chat in the Discord. But anyways, let's move on from that slop, and let's move on to different slop. Let's do shoe slop. You know? Let's do shoe slop. Take a little breather from the Destiny slop. Move on to the Shoeonhead slop. She's cute. She's undeniably cute. You know? So, you already won the war. J-Stock left. Dang. Now, okay, hold on, Black Cat. But does that mean that now I get to say that I'm not overrun with Snarkers? I'm overrun with DGG anti-Snarkers? You know, since I already have one, you know, a reputation pushing in the one direction, can it now push in the other? Can I say that my Discord is filled with DGG simps? Anyways, also, later in the stream, we're going to be watching we're going to be debating. I forget the guy's name. He's very nice. I think he said that he was going to come hang out with us around noon. And so, as a result, you know, he's a DGGer, self-identified DGGer, and he wants to talk about geopolitics. And I said, well, we might just agree on like 90% of it. And he was like, well, I'm pro-Palestine, so let's talk about that. And I'm like, okay, sounds good. Yeah. All right, cool beans. All right, I don't know why my internet's taking so freaking long, man. What's going on? Am I getting snarked by Spectrum? Is Spectrum snarking me right now? Do I need to plug in my internet a little bit harder? All right. Plugged in my internet a little bit harder. Let's see if that works. Ooh, there we go. Some new... Hey, let's snark some Counterpoint Star Wars. Let's go. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor, and today we're going to be breaking... All right. And then for those of you who don't know, I do break down several science fiction universes, Warhammer being one of them, Star Wars being another one, and then like all of science fiction going down a chronological timeline being another one. So if you're a fan of Warhammer, Star Wars, or sci-fi, check out Counterpoint Star Wars, Counterpoint Sci-Fi, or Counterpoints 40K. I should have some fire content for you. Rapscallywagga says, nah, DGGers don't need to snark that much. We're not like real snarkers. Say that to my snark versus anti-snark chat. Okay? Seems like a lot of people spend a lot of time and energy in there. So, you know. Who just randomly types that I saw that girl nude? Jesus? Well, I mean, if I saw that girl nude, then I might type that. Did I see this girl nude? What girl who saw who nude? Shoeonhead. All right, but we're gonna be snarking Shoeonhead, okay? We need a balanced media diet.
Nancy Pelosi kneeling in full African garb to...
Hold up. God, what an iconic moment. I do miss Nancy Pelosi kneeling in West African garb in order to symbolize the George Floyd death. That was crazy pants. All right, let me increase quality, do an intro, and we'll get cracking. All right, that's fine. All right. Y'all ready for a little intro? J-Stock Ray. Oh, got you. Duckbringer says anti-snarker snark is usually J-Stock did something to Cherry, which is very low effort. True. Unironically true. I do see that spammed some places. But let me do an intro. Let's get cracking. Let's have some fun. Let's hang out. Nancy, we appreciate George's sacrifice, Pelosi. Yeah. And we appreciate it so much that we're not going to actually pass any police brutality legislation. Okay? We're going to just pretend. We're going to pretend that we did through symbols, but we're not actually going to pass any congressional level legislation about police brutality. Holy Fazoli, I hate a lot of people in politics. Anyways, let's do an intro. Let's get cracking. Oh, God, you guys are so mean. You're so mean. All right. Anyways. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today we're going to be taking a look at Shoeonhead. She released the video, said MAGA was right. We were crazy. Are the Democrats okay? I actually want to see the angle that she takes on this, and I'm going to tell you a little bit of Shoeonhead lore in my own opinion. Shoeonhead was a radical liberal anti-social justice warrior for a substantial amount of the late 2010s. I think she truly was a liberal mixed economy capitalist. However, she became enraptured by Bernie Sanders and his message of democratic socialism, in which he simultaneously sweeps for Cuba and the Soviet Union and Venezuela and a whole bunch of socialist regimes, but he basically advocates for social democracy within the United States, in which we establish a robust welfare state, and then we help people out on the domestic front, and Shoeonhead fell in love with those politics. Then she started hanging out with leftists, and that was kind of not cool. But then she also hung out with dissident right-wingers and married a national conservative traditional Christian. Like, I think her husband is unironically a Christian nationalist, like, authoritarian dude. Like I would talk about it, but I would talk about it with him, but I invited him to speak a few times, and he always gave me the runaround. So we never actually had a personal debate about his politics. But anyway, she married a dude that's kind of like far right. And so as a result, I think she's a national Bolshevik, meaning that she wants far left economic policy, but if she has to integrate that into the American zeitgeist through the populist right, she will do so. And that's kind of the way that I view her politics. So with that lens put on, let's take a look at what she has to say in reference to this topic. Jeb Kush says, my doctor was like, how the F are you 10 pounds lighter? I saw you a month ago. He was going to recommend GLP-1s, but that wasn't necessary. Let's go. Let's go, King. Congratulations, and thank you for the renewal.
So my last video was about woke one, a new phrase coined by leftists and Democrats online that is being used to distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years for the left in America. Nancy Pelosi kneeling in full African garb to honor George Floyd? Why, that was just woke one. And how, in my opinion, that was not woke one, and how woke one actually started in like 2012, 2014 with Gamergate, Me Too, you know, Tumblr era feminism, the whole pre-Trump era wokeness, before it was even called woke. And I talked about how I don't want them to rewrite history and pretend this all started in like 2020. After uploading that video on Woke One, I thought I was free. That I would never have to hear the insufferable, delusional term Woke One ever again. I thought I could finally move on with my life. Yeah, I thought.
What do you make of those controversial statements I'm sure you've seen? I mean, she's, you know, the Thanksgiving dust up, abolished prisons, abolished police.
Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
Right,
of that.
she's moved away from it. Of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Now, as an ex-AOC fangirl, I feel like I am well within my rights to say, not so fast, bitch. I watched these people go from anti-establishment, fighting the man, become the most preachy, buck-broken, neutered HR department Karens in real time. I remember when she broke away from the Bernie Sanders campaign after he dared go on Joe Rogan. I watched this all happen, and I held on. I held on for a long time. Many would say too long, in fact. But this clip of AOC talking about woke one really solidified how I've been feeling for the past few years. In this video, I will be responding to AOC trying to walk back woke one in what I can only assume is a desperate attempt to distance herself from the more crazy people in her movement before a future presidential run. Now, while politicians are out here trying to dodge accountability for things that they've said and done, the rest of us are out here figuring out how the fuck we're gonna afford anything. People are getting squeezed from every direction. Rent costs too much, groceries cost too much, everything costs too much. At this point, I'm scared to open my wallet because I know it's gonna be empty. Actually, that's not true. It's full of just random gift cards from 2011 that I've never used. I don't even know what half this stuff is. But thankfully, I have a product that can help with just that. So before we get into today's video, let's quickly give a shout out to
Okay, Ridge Wallet, Ridge Wallet, Ridge Wallet, Ridge Wallet. Everyone, go buy Ridge Wallet. Okay, Ridge Wallet, Ridge Wallet, Ridge Wallet, Ridge Wallet. All right.
Before we get into the real meat of this, the real juicy, this is the politician AOC and the interviewer are talking about. Francesca Hong is a progressive DSA candidate who recently lost her primary. Francesca Hong has a few interesting tweets.
Let's go. Oh. Did Wick win? I don't. So hold on. Now I need a reaction from chat. Okay. Did Wick win? Because for those of you who don't remember, 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a huge dust up between Wick and the Live and Learn crew, where Wick was saying that if this person had won their primary and run this race, she is such a psychotic piece of leftist garbage that it would be better to abstain from voting or even vote for the right winger. I don't think he went that far. Another person went that far. It might have been Destiny. I don't remember. But it might even be better to vote for the MAGA candidate in order to strangle the left in the crib. And yet, we were saved from this, you know, giant dust up between the Live and Learn crew and Wick because she ended up losing her primary by a very slim margin. So, did Wick win? Or were we saved from a healthy chunk of shitty discourse as a result of this lady winning her primary? Please let me know your thoughts in the chat.
tweets from 2020. Who among us does not? But most notably, one about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving. Cancel Thanksgiving. Should have done this in 1621. If it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. Please don't gather for the colonizer holiday. Please do wear a mask. I forget that people actually speak like this, and it's not just like some conservative parody of liberals.
One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef. Bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Don't get me wrong, I love the struggle session they're putting these candidates through, reading their old woke 1.0 tweets back at them, like a dog that peed on the carpet. What is this? What is this? But the quotes and replies from like Democrats and leftists on this were even funnier. Is it so
She lost her primary? I think she did.
hard to just say, no, I do not want to cancel Thanksgiving? Even if you do want to, just lie? Why is she catering so hard to the fringe? Does she want to lose her election? Why can't she just lie? This woman is an optics nightmare. Just say no. Say it was a joke. Say it was woke one. Just lie, for fuck's sake. Just say no. Just lie, please. No, she shouldn't lie, and she's not trying to cater. This is what she truly believes, and the people should know exactly what she believes. She has talked about her half-white son, that he gives her a, quote, proximity to whiteness.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry, my proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean.
I love the hesitation. She's like, I married a... My child is half white. She can't even, like, bring herself to say it. Activists in the streets, colonized in the sheets. Many such cases. Also, Francesca Hong just, like, hates all holidays, apparently. This woman is straight up Grinch maxing. She's got a hate tweet for every fucking holiday, I swear to God. Except for Kwanzaa. Of course. Why would she hate Kwanzaa? When asked how her long-term vision of a world without prisons would work, Hong said, "What I know is attainable, and the policies that actually meet the urgency of the moment and understanding the realities of it means we have to ensure that we're funding our local governments, that we're bringing justice to victims." She added, "What may have been aspirational is not primary." What may have been aspirational. So it's still an aspiration. It's still a goal. It's just not the primary one. Interesting. Also, her opponent said this.
People try to call me the establishment. I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
So, cancel Thanksgiving or establishment is a racist slur. Your Democratic Party, sir. Anyway,
Okay. Listen. If Destiny... Well, okay, number one, I'm pretty sure Shoeonhead is Italian. So, are we really saying that her sleeping with a white Anglo-Saxon man who converted to Catholicism, I don't even know what her husband's ethno-religious background is, but her marrying a Catholic is being colonized? Come on, man. Come on. And not just that, but dude, if Steven took all of the heat that he has for Jola politics and directed it at Shoeonhead and said Shoeonhead is a functional... And if he took the rhetoric that he used for Pisco's anti-Semitism, but instead directed it towards Shoeonhead being a functional right-winger, I would accept that discourse flat on its face. Like she is... She's a functional right-winger because, I mean, maybe I could take a look at her library, but I'm pretty sure her other videos are not going to be, oh, wow, Trump sucks so bad. Let's all vote for the Democrat, guys. It's going to be, Trump sucks so bad. We should have listened to Tucker Carlson. You know? What is this? Okay, anti-woke shit. Anti-woke shit, anti-leftist, anti-neocon. Okay. Drama, but anti-denims. Nick Fuentes and Zoran Mamdani both being popular at the same time. Charlie Kirk assassination, probably woke scolding all the people who were excited about him getting shot. Yeah, dude. She, in my opinion, she's a functional Republican. She might even vote Democrat. She might even be principally Democrat. She might vote for the Democratic Party. She unironically might register as a Democrat, vote for Bernie Sanders, vote for AOC, vote for fucking, further lefty Democratic Socialist candidates. And yet I feel like her content is substantially a pipeline to right-wing politics. So, yeah.
My point is, Francesca Hong's old tweets about defunding the police and whiteness and Thanksgiving, they were being all hand-waved away by AOC as just simply being woke one.
Woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. But if you said woke one was crazy during woke one, you are a racist fascist Nazi. The citation of woke 1.0 or woke 1 is now a common shorthand among parts of the online left to describe and distance themselves from what they view as a more dated or inconvenient aspects of the impassioned social justice activism they participated in during the late 2010s and early 2020s. In 2021, Chai Osi, campaigning for New York City Council, tweeted, "A cis white man should not be the next speaker of the council." When a critic of his on X unearthed that old post earlier this year, Osi, now a council member, gave a pithy response. Woke 1 was crazy. We all got a bit crazy back then. We did some jello shots and got on the bar and took off our tops and burned the city down and got people fired from their jobs for having opinions Obama had 15 years ago. You can't spend like 10 years bullying people into the most retarded asocial political opinions under the coercion of social ostracization or getting fired from their job, then turn around and just be like, that just happened. My career for like a decade has been calling this out, has been trying to tell the left and the Democratic Party that this woke shit was toxic and would drive people away from them. And for 10 years, I was called a racist, sexist, pick-me, fascist, Nazi, every ism under the sun. And now they're just conceding to that and acting like it never happened. And you just expect us to, what, move on? I've been like a dog chasing a car, and I finally got the car, and I don't know what to do with it. Like, first of all, why as a Democratic politician would you say this? You're basically saying like, yeah, MAGA was right, we were crazy. Like, okay, what else are they right about then? Even from like an AOC fan point of view, this just makes her look completely unserious and makes like the progressive movement look completely unserious, which it is. Why should anyone trust a politician who can get swept up in mass hysteria so easily? How can I trust that won't happen again? How can I trust in 5 years from now, you won't just call whatever it is you're advocating for now woke too and dismiss it as crazy?
I see a content opportunity here. Not that I'll be able to capitalize on it because I always talk about things that I'm going to do and then I never end up doing them. But what I think could easily be done is MAGA was right. We were crazy. Are Democrats okay? I could literally put, hold on. How would you invert this? The left was right. We were crazy. Is MAGA okay? And the reason why I would 100% do that content is like, we could go over PEPFAR USAID. We could go over the Project 2025 implementation. We could go over the absolute grifting fuckloads of corruption that happened after we talked about the Biden crime family for, I don't know, a half decade, a fucking decade, right? How does this inverse? And by the way, I'm not saying that Shoeonhead, let's say that we were having a calm, sane conversation with Shoe. And it wasn't about clout, and it wasn't about money, and it wasn't about, trying to dunk on people and this, that, the other. But I'm sure Shoeonhead would actually be like, yeah, you're kind of right. Like, the right wing was as crazy as the left wing was saying it. But how do we turn that into functional politics? I truly do not know how to turn this into functional politics. I know how to turn it into content. I don't know how to turn this into... The left wing lost its shit in reference to woke 1.0. The right wing has absolutely lost its shit in reference to the implementation of their agenda, particularly in Trump 2.0. But January 6, 2021 and COVID mismanagement was a big deal, and we should talk about it. How do you turn that into something? I don't know how to turn that into something.
Free Palestine. Woke 2 was crazy. Like, what do you believe in? Could you imagine Republicans being like, January 6th one was crazy? Basically, I said this all on Twitter, and people were like,
Please, God, let's do that, Shoe. Please. 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 Make MAGA 1.0 was crazy. Please make that fucking video.
like, already making videos of it. AOC panics after Shoeonhead calls her. Like, that didn't even happen. Like, I don't think AOC even knows I exist. I love the thumbnail on this one. Shoe bitch slaps AOC. Who the f is this? Is that Shoe bitch? Ah yes, the infamous notorious Shoe bitch. Going around slapping women. Every time I log onto YouTube, I'm destroying and slapping and finishing on people. If you didn't know who I was, you would think I was some like psychopathic rapist. And then you click on the video and it's just like, I posted a tweet. Anyway, back to the point. When a citizen changes their mind on something, that's totally normal, that's totally natural. Many things can happen in the span of years that can change your mind on something. It's perfectly normal to evolve and grow. And it's fine if you're a politician and you change your mind on something, but, and this is a big but, this is a fat ass. If you're a politician and you change your mind on something, I want to know exactly why you changed your mind. When you changed your mind. Be transparent. What about woke 1, really woke 2 in my opinion, don't you agree with anymore? Why didn't the interviewer ask AOC that question? Like, what was crazy about woke 1? Trans women are women, DEI, white privilege, defund the police, the Green New Deal, like what? What? Tell us. What? Tell the class. I've talked about this a few times in a few videos.
Let's be real. It's the rhetoric. So for instance, if AOC, look, this is where I actually don't believe this whole AOC is a moderate shit. I know that a lot of libs love to like slap that shit up. But if AOC had the capacity to take future funding of law enforcement, cut that away from their budget and put it towards like social services and workers, she 100% would do it. Like she is defund the police. She just thinks that rhetoric is counterproductive. Then when it comes to George Floyd and police brutality and BLM, I'm sure she still thinks that Black Lives Matter. When it comes to DEI, CRT, and white privilege and intersectionality, I guarantee you that she still believes that like race and physical ability and all that kind of bullshit intersect in these interwoven patterns of privilege. And so as a result, white men, even if they're disabled Appalachians living in coal country, they have a privilege over a black man where while they're wheeling themselves down the roadway with their fucking black lungs, they're not presumed to be a threat to law enforcement or white women, you know? So I guarantee you that fucking AOC still believes all of the same shit. She just doesn't want to forward. Oh, and I guarantee you she's Green New Deal too. Like, somebody was commenting on Green New Deal shit, and they were saying, like, hey, Green New Deal is kind of crazy because in with all these, like, carbon capture and carbon tax initiatives are also written, like, 20% of all American companies must be given to employee stock and issued to employees, and that will be enforced by federal law. Therefore, it's a step towards workers owning the means of production. I guarantee you AOC still believes in that stuff. She just knows that she can't walk out onto a stage and say, you know, hey, listen, I'm AOC. I'm pretty hot for a politician. I have huge cans. Listen to me. Workers are going to own the means of production. Weirdly enough, I think for my chat, that might work. Grassroots says, I'm late and gay and situationally r-slurred for comedic purposes. Happens to the best of us, kings. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you, Jeb Kush, for kicking us off with the renewal so far today. Let's continue.
But one example of me changing my mind, I was way more critical of the police back in like 2020, like borderline ACAB. I was also single, depressed, living in my parents' basement, smoking weed every day, but I'm sure that had nothing to do with it. I can tell you that moving from the suburbs to the city, taking public transportation, having a kid, seeing firsthand how bad things are and how bad things can get, actually experiencing the world outside of my bubble is what changed my mind on that topic and a whole bunch of other topics. So I want to know, AOC and other politicians, what about woke one do you disagree with now? What's sad is, if this was like 5 years ago, I'd be like, hell yeah, AOC has finally seen the light. Woke is bad, so true. Now we can get real things done, comrade. But it's not 5 years ago. I'm a grown-up now, and this is extremely pathetic. As a politician, you need to be transparent. I'm gonna bird hands at you. Be transparent. The people act like we need to be apologizing for shit our ancestors did 400 years ago, acting like 2020 never happened. I'm not buying it, sorry. These issues were f***ing, like, existential to these people a few years ago, and now it's just like, no big deal. It was just a phase, Mom. I was just a silly 30-year-old teenage politician. My concern isn't really that Democrats are admitting this stuff was wrong and deeply unpopular. My concern is I don't see anything preventing from that happening again. There's literally some assemblywoman in Brooklyn right now running on some woke one-ass shit as we speak, talking about how stealing should be legal, actually.
No one should be arrested, much less jailed, for stealing a tube of toothpaste. Incarceration separates people from their jobs, support service, and loved ones. It perpetuates a cycle of poverty and crime, no matter how much fear-mongering the right-wing media does.
These people aren't stealing toothpaste because they have to brush their teeth. These people are stealing things in bulk to sell on Facebook Marketplace. We have food banks, food stamps, charity for poor people who can't actually afford toothpaste. If I could go back in time and
Can I do the fucking the Zoomer fucking whatever their jazz finger clips thing that they do now? All right, Shoe. All right, Shoe. Some fucking center right, moderately conservative, law-abiding rule of law takes. I know for marketing purposes, she's probably always going to have to be, I'm actually a liberal, but. Or like, actually, I love Bernie Sanders, but. Actually, I love social democracy, but. That's probably going to have to be her thing. But, if you wanted to be a functional Republican, I'm okay with that. That's okay. Yeah, stealing is actually bad. Who knew? Grassroots for 20, thank you, King. Shoe is my evidence that politics is a sexually transmitted disease, and that's good, and I want to make AOC hate taxes. I disavow. That is vulgar. And I guess what I should take away from your super chat is that I need to be more slutty myself. Excellent point.
tell myself one thing, it would be criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin! And it would make everyone's lives incredibly easier if there was actually some deterrent against crime. Yes. Otherwise, what's the point? Why should anyone go to work and spend their hard-earned money when we can just steal? Crime is legal now. Laws. Drunk driving is not illegal on stolen land. I don't think they understand just how
Okay, that part's based, though.
incomprehensible some of their worldview actually is.
So if my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing.
What hypothetical? That's the entire idea. That's the entire policy, and you can't explain it? Abolish prisons. Where do the bad people go? I don't know. Like, yeah, okay. In a functioning society, people like that would be forced to dig ditches in a work camp forever. Useless. Sorry, I'm chutting out so hard in this video. I'm in my luteal phase. I have a fucking pimple. I have a pimple. For the first time in like 15 years, I'm stressing out so hard. What the f? Anyway, despite the...
Right. Hold on. Shoeonhead is functionally a Republican, but she's being based. What do I do with that? Can you guys indulge me a rant real quick? Can you indulge me a rant real quick? So, I think, all right, I understand the communist, moneyless, stateless, classless society endpoint of humanity, but I think it's dumb as hell. And I also understand the abolish the police and abolish prison stuff, but I think it's dumb as hell. And the reason why I think it's dumb as hell is because I think that even, let's say that we went into the hood right now, any rough neighborhood, and we gave them a grocery store where food, water, and shelter was free. And then we also gave them dignified wages for their labor. Okay, so you work 40 hours a week, you actually get enough money in order to pay your bills and retire and have medical and dental and afford your incidentals and afford your children, etc., etc. We have solved the material conditions. There is still going to be a small population that does not want to be a part of this material utopia. They want to engage in crime for money, and they want to do bad things because it's fun. Okay? It's a small but real population. And so forcible rapists, murderers, and drug trafficking networks still would need to be investigated, detained, tried in a court of law, and incarcerated even within a material utopia. Okay? So this whole thing of like abolish police, abolish prisons, we can get to the moneyless, stateless class of society is R-slurred, in my opinion. Or we just beat them up. True, we could have a narco executioners. We could have a narco judges. We could have a narco death squads. That's another option. Another option is that we don't have law enforcement and we don't have a judicial system and we don't have any of that crap. We just actually beat up and or kill people based off of their severity of crime accused. Like that person shoplifted, we just beat the shit out of that guy. That person is accused of rape or murder, we just kill them. That is another option.
The Republicans completely dropping the ball right before midterms. Surprise! War in the Middle East forever! The sudden walk back about Woke 1 clearly shows the Democrats are still struggling with PR. If only there was some sort of left-wing Joe Rogan.
People think I'm the king of Woke 1.0, that I was Mr. Radlib, right? I never was. I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress, but I also understand how people operate. Like I never did the Latinx thing. Like I have been dark woke before dark woke was invented. Like this is the headquarters of dark woke.
Not the dude who called me emo, calling himself dark woke. What the actual f*** is dark woke?
What is dark woke? Dark woke is just Democrats are just as woke as we were in Woke 1.0. The messaging is what's important. It is aggressive.
The entire idea of dark woke seems to be that regular woke.
Nah, this is actually what's happening. Sorry, Shu. Hold on. I don't need to pause Andy her, but this is what's happening. The politics haven't changed. They're trying to move like, we want to abolish prisons, but we're still going to say the N-word with an A when we're listening to hip-hop music. We're going to do the Green New Deal, but I'm going to call my best friend the F-slur when we're hanging out and having beers. We're still going to have land back for Native Americans, but, I can't think of another example that isn't just saying a racist or homophobic word with your friends. Basically, dark woke is still all the woke policy. It's just less sensitive about rhetoric. You know what I'm saying?
Was too polite and too wholesome.
Dark woke for me is we are fighting for good and for equality and for social justice for everybody, but we don't mind saying F you.
Dark woke, get it? It's like woke, but we're mean. You already are mean! That's why people hated you! You were finger-wagging, morally righteous woke scolds. The problem was never that the left was insufficiently mean online. God forbid someone say the wrong word, liked the wrong tweet, or failed to participate in the latest virtue signal humiliation ritual. I'm sorry, can we just go back to that Hassan clip real quick?
I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress.
What the f*** does unlimited progress mean? Considering these guys think progress
It means cancer. Something that grows in perpetuity without restraint and it's bad for you is cancer.
progress is like a literal linear line where just more and more people get rights. So like, what the does that mean? Pedophile rights, zoophile rights? What unlimited progress are we talking about here, buddy? Because that sounds pretty woke to me. We did so much progress to the gender discussion. We somehow looped back around to little boys liking pink means they're gay. But wokely, no son of mine is gonna play with Barbies. That must mean he's a girl. You people are lost in the sauce.
Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over. And impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is.
I like how in the video where he defends himself from people criticizing that clip, he's like, guys, come on, it was just a joke, guys, come on. In the description of that video, he's like, anti-white racism, which doesn't exist. Definitely not woke one. All right, buddy. Sorry. It's so hard not to just make the entire video clowning on that goofball. Like, bro was in a suit at a pool party. The man is a cartoon character. I don't want to make videos about Hassan Piker, but you can't fucking escape him nowadays because the media won't shut the fuck up about him. Fox News is just hyper-focusing on him every single day to go after the Democrats because I guess they have nothing else. And then the response to all the Hassan stuff coming out on the right, coming out on Fox News, is then like left-wing journalists making more puff pieces, taking more photo shoots of Hassan in his mansion, and all these outlets calling him like a terrorist and a communist just makes him sound way more important and like way cooler than he actually is. Nothing hurts this dude more than reminding him that he is literally just a Twitch streamer. I don't want the focus of American politics to center around a fucking Twitch streamer. Like, I don't understand the media's obsession with this guy, but at the same time, I don't think Hassan is the best wagon to hitch yourself to if you're the Democratic Party. There are other internet celebrities on the left you could do that with. Like, God, the left really has nobody. No, he's a sex pest. No, she's a sex pest. Damn it. I don't know. There's got
Okay. All right, that was fire. Okay. I used to like Shoe. Then I think that I went too woke. With trying to tepidly endorse Kamala Harris. We were actually mutuals for a little bit. So I think I went too woke with saying, hey, the right wing is fucking crazy. You need to vote for the lesser of two evils in 2024. As a result, Kamala Harris, despite talk about gun control, is the lesser of two evils. Therefore, you need to vote for Kamala. And I think that rubbed her and rubbed her husband the wrong way. So I think they unfollowed me. Unfortunate. That profile has since been banned for telling people to kill themselves. But anyways, the point that I wanted to make, and that was very well done, is that there are people who garner huge amounts of views. And right now, it is Asmongold and Tucker Carlson in the alternative media right. Asmongold, according to some research on Social Blade, gets around 100 million views per month. Tucker Carlson gets 75 million. Nick Fuentes gets 16 million. Candace Owens gets 50 million. Andrew Wilson gets 3 million. And on the further left, you kind of have the center-left guys like Adam Mockler, although I do think he's a big tent Democrat. He will tolerate Hassan Piker as a part of his electoral coalition. We have Adam Mockler with 75 million monthly views and Hassan Piker with 125 million monthly views. Destiny has 10 million. So regardless of what, and by the way, I really would not be surprised if Shoeonhead was like, can't do that guy, he's a sex pest, can't do that girl, she's a sex pest. I really would not be surprised if she was specifically thinking about Steven. But the point is, like, this is it, man. This is it. This is alternative media. Alternative media affects real world politics. Real world politics affects alternative media. And Hassan Piker, I don't think I've seen Asmongold do a lot of mainstream right-wing stuff, but that probably is because he would have to leave his house in order to do so. But this is very similar, don't you think? That they're both going to have an outsized influence on alternative media political opinion. Grassroots says, don't be mean to Shoe. In the words of Sitch and Adam, it's a comedy show. Okay, I'll see. I think the reason why I got pissed at Shoe is because I feel like she did the Democrats' bad stuff in 2024. So I do feel like functionally she's right-wing. which is fine, and she should just admit that. But I do understand as, I think people could make the same excuse for me. Or same reasoning for me. I have right-wing opinions. I will vote right-wing. But within the political zeitgeist, my rhetoric and argumentation oftentimes leads you down a center-left path. So,
Gotta be someone with way less baggage than Hassan Piker. Like, why don't you hitch your wagon to someone like that, instead of Hassan, who, every time he's rightfully criticized, hides behind how he just wants to give us health care.
Death to the West! Let the streets run with their capitalist blood!
Whoa, dude, you're making us look bad.
Oh, I'm just a little healthcare boy! You wouldn't criticize a little healthcare boy now, would you?
I don't care anymore. I wash
damn, that's almost a soy pill reference.
my hands of this. There's gonna be like 25 videos uploaded after this, like, Shoeonhead bends Hassan over and like, great, can't wait. Remember that big study we talked about that was done after the Democrats lost the election that showed the most popular Democrat positions were things related to economic issues, and the least popular policies were
Gypsy Girl says, it says Mehdi Hassan, not Hassan Piker. No, I do have Mehdi Hassan up there, but he has his own platform, Zateo, so I wasn't able to find monthly views for him. Hassan Piker has like 125 million monthly views on Social Blade. So, Grassroots with the 5. Us Rightoids want Shoe the old-fashioned way. She lives near a major city and has a baby. Oh, one. I thought you were saying want. Yeah. I would say that having children and being fearful of actual serious shit going down around you can make you more conservative. At least moderately so.
were things like abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, and like open border policies. People don't want to abolish the police. They do not want to abolish prisons. They don't want to talk about whiteness or whatever the talk to actual workers about them. Like, talk to actual blue collar workers. They hate this shit. And they hate you. They hate you because you suck, but they also hate you because you hate them. Like I said 500 billion times before, more people would be on board with what the left was saying, or at least like sit down and listen to you, if you dropped the gay race Marxist bullshit. How do I know this? The DSA and the left and the Democrats, they have to distance themselves from the goofy, destructive...
Brass, thanks for the 5 gifted, and it did hit Jen Winkler. So here's my question. All right, I got a little snark or anti-snark question. So, did allowing, I'm sure Doobie will still show up at some point, but did allowing the DGGers achieve some level of homeostasis? We need some snarkers in here. Okay, can we get some? Can we get some snarkers in here so they can fight the anti-snarkers so we can see what, like, the new balance of chat is? Because I feel like we opened up the floodgates to the anti-snarkers, but then I don't see the snarker. Where are the snarkers? Officer Nasty, Doobie, get in here. Talk shit about Israel. Talk shit about Steven. I see too many people in here who are positive about the nation state of Israel and positive about the liberal streamer known as Destiny. The vibe is off. All right, I am fucking around. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Identity politics, asocial bullshit. And in order to do that, you actually have to mean it, not just laugh it off. But I don't think they can, because this stuff is just so deeply ingrained in socially progressive politics. A lot of this stuff isn't woke.
Thank you, Queeman. Thank you. Appreciate you. But thank you for representing the snarkers.
One. It's just part of dismantling whiteness and the patriarchy, destroying hierarchies, subverting norms, or whatever the f. That cancel Thanksgiving tweet wasn't just some, like, silly haha woke one bullshit. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is what I've been asking for a decade. Maybe this is a new era for the Democrats. Could AOC actually have changed her mind? Yes, it's totally possible, yes. AOC and I are like the same age. She's like a year older than me. She's still pretty young. 35 is young, right? It's not impossible that in her time being a politician, her mind has changed on a few things. But it lines up suspiciously well with a run for president in 2028, so forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical. I see a lot of Republicans online like, do it AOC, run for president. Don't get too cocky. You may be surprised. The American people are an enigma, and we might see a pretty big pendulum swing. As hard as it is for some hyper-partisan-brained people to hear, not everyone voting for these DSA candidates are like crazy commies or something. Just like not everyone who voted for MAGA in 2016 when Trump promised to bring jobs back and he will remember the forgotten man and whatever. Those people weren't Nazis. When people can't afford a house, a car, to get married, to have kids, you cannot be shocked when they start looking for options outside of the establishment. Huey Long, one of my favorite politicians, believed that if people had their needs met and were content and happy and had jobs and could feed their families, communism or fascism would never come to America, because people would have no reason to revolt or want those things. They would be happy with what they had. He believed that extreme economic inequality created political instability. And as the economy continues to go to shit and wages don't increase, and retards like Dan Crenshaw respond to these issues with basically let them eat ramen, we are going to see people moving to all different directions on the political spectrum. Personally, until there's a Democratic Party that isn't prisoner
the correct political prescription. Unfortunate. I was truly hoping to snark Shoeonhead. I was hoping that she was going to be like, oh, you know, here's the far left being bad. Don't you think that the far right or the right wing is actually better? That's what I was hoping for, but unfortunately, she made a sane social prescription at the end and political prescription, which is effectively, we must stabilize the socioeconomic conditions of the American people, or they will continue to choose cringe radical ideologies. So if you want if you want socialists, people who want to decommodify basic human need and have workers owning the means of production, if you want them to be less popular, then Americans, working class and middle class Americans, should be satisfied at least mostly with their lot in life. If you want people to stop being fascist and stop voting for far right-wing people who promise to deport all the browns and, you know, mass incarcerate the blacks and, you know, check the Jews who have nefarious pop culture influences on us and encouraging us to miscegenate, then you need to make sure that they're relatively happy with their standard of living, because it's hard to be radical when you're actually like materially, spiritually, and socially satisfied. So, unfortunate. Unfortunate that Shoeonhead is based in this video.
To identity politics or isn't completely cucked by race grievance, I'm not a Democrat. And until there's a Republican Party that actually cares about workers and isn't completely cucked to a certain foreign country, I'm not a Republican. I'm trying to look like Hassan. I look like a f***ing femboy. Wait, hold on. Hi, my name is Sock. I look like I would be groomed on Discord. What the actual f***? Alright, I need to get out of this. In conclusion, I do not like seeing politicians run from accountability. I like transparency. If you change your mind on something, tell me why. This woke 1, woke 2 is a headache. I am done with it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think there's a chance AOC is being genuine? Are you willing to believe politicians who have said they've changed their mind on things? Have you changed your mind on things since like 2020? If so, what? If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can, please consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. All patrons get every single video a day early with no censors, no bleeps, totally raw. Also, I'm doing Patreon-only live streams now. I'm planning the next one very soon, so I would love to see you guys there. And for everybody else, I will see you guys soon with a new video.
Aw. I actually liked the Shoeonhead video. That's good. That's cool. Cool beans! Like the video, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. Grassroots, thank you for oiling today with the 5 gifted, the 3 super chats, and thank you Jeb Kush for the renewal. And I parasocially love you guys. Let's roll into, I think, the Contrapoints content. I'll try to keep it a concept that I've been discussing with some people, but I haven't been able to fully articulate. Is that there are gas station people, okay? Do you know what I mean when I say gas station people? Imagine, as a matter of fact, can I Google that real quick? Can I show you what I'm talking about? Or maybe Walmart people might be a thing. Gas station people. All right. This isn't quite what I'm looking for. I'm not talking about clerks. I'm not talking about people that fuel up. I'm not talking about that. Basically Jay and Silent Bob. Although I like Jay and Silent Bob. People who hang out at a gas station. All right, let's see. Here we go. This is the vibes that we're talking about. So the reason why I bring up people who hang out at a gas station is I was having a conversation with somebody recently. And the truth is, I'm really not trying to dog these people too much. Okay, I'm really not. Like I am a lot lizards. Nice. I am a man of the people. So if you wanted to go smoke a blunt on the side of a gas station, I wouldn't necessarily be hating on that as a game plan, particularly when I was a teenager. But the truth is that a lot of antisocial people, well, actually, weirdly enough, they're pro-social, but they're freaks, hang out at gas stations, okay? And so what somebody told me is that the gas station people are effectively the snarkers and the drama frogs, okay? Doesn't matter if you're snarker, anti-snarker, or whatever, but those are basically gas station people. They're probably unemployed, underemployed, they smoke funny things, they talk a lot of shit, they have crazy conspiracy theories about shit, and that's not necessarily who you want to attract to a Twitch and YouTube political channel, right? At least not for long-term health. Maybe as like, maybe as a treat, you go smoke a little crack behind the gas station, but not an everyday thing, okay? That's how you get addicted. So, the next thing is, well, you want to do normie content, I suppose. That way you attract actual normies, people who have jobs, they pay their bills, they take care of their families. The things that I try to encourage you guys to do, those are the kind of people that you're going to attract. Now, funnily enough, I view my channel probably as like a hybrid, right? Like, I want enough gas station people that people can smoke a little bit of crack, a few blunts, keep the chat interesting, have some fights, throw some elbows. Maybe there's a digital shooting or stabbing every now and then. Not a literal one, right? Not a literal one, but just for fun. You know, every now and then. A little bit of digital violence every now and then. But we have to balance that with the desire to actually have like a stable, like homeostasis of sound, sane people. And I don't think that I've found the balance. If anything, we've been leaning into gas station and smoking crack as a treat a little bit too much recently, but we need to, we need to figure it out, right? We need to figure it out. So the reason why I'm doing Shoeonhead content and Contrapoints content this morning is because I'm specifically ignoring smoking crack, which would be watching the Professor Dave thing. You know, like apparently Professor Dave has a Destiny critical essay that I'm featured in a few times. I haven't watched it yet. But that would be like me going to hang out with people on the side of a gas station in order to smoke a little bit of crack. So today we're going to try not to smoke crack, and we're going to try to smoke crack content-wise just every now and then, just as a goof. As a goof, all right? As a little joke, as a once-a-week treat, not as a daily occurrence. So, anyways, let me just check in with chat real quick before we move into the next segment. Jen Winkler says, AF Racing, my attempt to get Hutch to unbutton one more caused him to button one more. Oh, that's sad. You were trying to encourage Hutch to be sluttier, and he got less slutty as a result. Dang. 2-Bit Dork says, Connor, did you ever figure out the TikTok stuff? Lol. No, I did the application. I think I told you guys that I did the application for the TikTok stuff, where they needed to verify that I was a human being in order to go on TikTok Live. But we could figure that out, man. We are going to be independent. So if we're independent, and I would say mostly it was a technological barrier because I'm such a boomer. That's why we haven't been doing the TikTok debates. I've kind of like tried to figure it out. But also the reason why is because I'm assuming TikTok debates do involve dragging gas station people onto your show and then screaming at them for prolonged periods of time. And I didn't want anybody to say homophobic or racist slurs on Valor Media Network. But starting on September 1st, 2026, you know, if somebody says the N-word or somebody says the F slur, then I can just, you know, back out of the stream, you know, private the VOD, chop out that part, and then go live again. That's not a problem. And it's not going to be that big of a deal. It's my channel. Grassroots5 says, I've been pacing menacingly along the outskirts of your Walmart for half a decade. Say hi to me. I'm nice. Have you seen my tire iron? No, but that is the precise vibe that I'm talking about. All right. The good crack. Ha ha ha. You've obviously never smoked crack before. Dude, I know a girl who smoked crack, and she said the reason why she smoked crack cocaine, or she'll never smoke crack cocaine ever again, was because it's so amazing that she knew that she would instantaneously become an addict. And as a result, she knew she could never do it again because she would ruin her life. Aw. Stardust posted a new picture with the new DGG crew, and they look cute. I don't know who else is here. I can't show you guys because it's on my phone. Oh, it's Zugami, Princess, Stardust. I don't know which one's Princess. I don't remember. Anyways, all right, sorry, I got distracted. I got some ADD, my bad. All right, anyways, if you guys are ready for Contrapoints, she did a video essay on liberalism. Truth is, I think it's a little bit dry. I saw Queenman reviewing it the other day, but we're trying to be sane,
I mean, don't
right?
get me wrong, I love elevated horror. Many of these...
Oh, no, I don't want to watch the Saw one. Where's the liberalism one? I literally just saw it. Did she not release it as an essay? Oh, is it only 2 minutes? I thought she released a bigger one. Am I tripping? Oh, it's just a short. Okay. Well, I guess I'll watch the 2-minute short, and then I'll see if there's anything else that we want to do that's Contrapoints related. I don't want to watch Conspiracy. I don't want to watch Twilight. I don't want to watch J.K. Rowling. I don't want to watch Envy. All this shit's super old. Oh, damn. Are we going to smoke crack cocaine out of a... Are we going to smoke crack out of a fucking... out of boredom? Hold on. Let's just at least watch the 2-minute thing. It's unlisted. Do you have the link? Can you send it to me? Oh, sorry. Just doxing people real quick. Whenever somebody's like, hey, did you, who is this? Queeman with the save. Let's go. Liberal. All right. Thank you, Queeman. Appreciate you. All right. Let's go. Everybody dogpile Queeman because he's a snarker, but also say thank you for the content. All right? If nobody else will do it, I'll do it in chat. Queeman, you're a snarker, so I hate you, but thank you for the content. There you go. That's the sentiment that I want my chat to express to you right now. All right. Let's do an intro. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And we have a debate scheduled at noon with a DGGer about geopolitics. We'll probably talk about everything, but I have a feeling we're going to agree about everything, so we're probably going to move into Israel-Palestine. So in the meantime, because he's pro-Palestinian and I'm tepidly pro-Israel, in the meantime, we are going to be serenaded by the beautiful sounds of Contrapoints' voice. Let's go.
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Well, I've been reluctant to make this video because I think talking about politics on the internet might be bad. Online punditry has ruined society, it's destroyed democracy, and those of us who have participated in this will be damned to hell, and rightly so. And the shame of it will outlive us. I'm gonna do this tangent in the style of the popular talk show Hot Wings. Hot ones.
Am I saying I'm a chicken wing expert? No.
I'm just gonna do the different flavors of Tabasco to make this easy. I've been eating Tabasco a long time. I have a lot of brand loyalty. Starting with the least spicy, this is the Tabasco green pepper sauce. Kind of a bullshit hot sauce, if I'm being honest. Like a hot sauce for people who don't like hot sauce. It's jalapeno based. We'll give it a try. Let's give. Okay. It's very vinegar forward, not very spicy, but it does have a character and flavor of some kind, and that puts it above a lot of other hot sauces out there. Not terrible. In 1689, an essay called Two Treatises of Government was published by English philosopher John Locke, the first lib. Look at those curls. Could a man with hair like that be wrong? In this essay, Lib Locke seethes over a book called Patriarcha by Robert Filmer, which had argued that the divine right of kings is sanctioned by the biblical authority of fathers to, quote, sell and castrate their children. You know, it's like daddy's arrived and he's taking his belt. Locke, however, thinks government should be based on rights and consent and stuff like that, so he rejects this, quote, fatherly authority whereby a father or a prince hath an absolute arbitrary power over the lives of his children and subjects, so that he may take or alienate their estates, sell, castrate, or use their persons as he pleases. So once again, the most...
Okay. So... what I was going to say. I'm getting text messages. My bad. Is Contrapoints trying to put us to sleep? Yes. I think she's on antidepressants, and as a result, she has that, like, SSRI voice, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have the capacity for insight, and I'm okay with the insight so far, effectively stating that, like, it's silly. The divine right of kings, no offense to God or to monarchists or whatever, but like saying, yes, one person with arbitrary power who has the force to implement said power should dominate all of society is silly. And even in dictatorial societies, that's not how it works. So for instance, we went over this with Lonerbox. In Nazi Germany, Hitler had to delegate power to a bunch of like kleptocratic oligarchic sycophants in order to maintain his own power, lest he be killed by his own subordinates and replaced. And by the way, that almost happened. Operation Valkyrie. A German nationalist thought that Hitler had led Germany down a path of destruction and tried to assassinate him with a suitcase bomb. So that actually happened, right? Same thing with Mussolini. He had to share power with a bunch of institutions. Same thing with a bunch of kings. There is not this centralized divine power within a single human being. And this even extends into the animal kingdom with chimpanzees, where I think I've been over this before. A single tyrannical chimpanzee who is capable of beating the shit out of all the other chimpanzees. Once he gets old enough, 2 or 3 chimpanzees, probably male, let's be real, who are not individually capable of taking out the tyrant, they will team up to kill the tyrant. And so as a result, you have to have some balance between the consent of others, the power of others, and your own power, or else this becomes a social Ouroboros where we're constantly devouring each other. Okay? So yes. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got a membership, if you got on my parasocial, love you, thank you for being here. Let's go!
Vulgar and stupid interpretation of Freud is completely correct. Western society is, in fact, founded on the fear of being castrated by your father, and on the idea that a man has a right, goddammit, to preside over his own castration. And that's what liberalism is all about. Don't worry, that's not actually what this video is about. But you know, if you're doing a video about liberalism, you have to do a bit about John Locke. So what is this video going to be about? Well, why do we think patrons voted for liberalism out of all the amazing topics I offered them to choose from? We could be discussing the occult right now, or feminine horror and gaming. I don't think patrons chose liberalism because they wanted me to do a lecture on John Locke. I think people want to hear me talk about the discourse, the drama. So let's talk about it. Maybe I'll do a little philosophy at the end, but the drama takes us there. The road to heaven, etc. For those of you blessed, beautiful souls who have no idea what I'm talking about, I suppose I better explain. Well, believe it or not, your humble servant is once again under attack. I'm taking it from every angle. Every day now I log onto social media and everyone is screaming at me, calling me a shit lib and a genocidal Zionist and a wine mom who drinks blood with Hillary Clinton. What is that about? Well, it's about an ongoing crisis on the American left, which is the reason we are gathered here today. Now, many people don't realize that a majority of my YouTube audience is actually not American. So please join me in welcoming my foreign benefactors. Bienvenue, willkommen, g'day mate, crikey. I'm sorry I'm old and I still laugh at 90s humor where the punchline is the existence of Australia.
$900 dues!
I'm gonna explain this whole situation like I'm talking to someone who's never even heard of America. God, I wish that were me. Let's start with the basics. What is liberalism? Well, technically speaking, liberalism is a political philosophy based on liberty, equality, democracy, human rights, individual freedoms, private property, and the rule of law. It was the motivating ideology of the American and French revolutions, and it's the foundational principle of pretty much every Western democracy. But that's not really what Americans mean most of the time when we say that someone is a liberal. Liberal. Usually liberal just means anyone left of center, or anyone who supports the Democratic Party. So even though Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama are both liberals in the technical sense, only Obama supporters would identify as liberals. For conservatives, liberal is usually a disparaging term for their opponents, as in triggering the libs. 99% of American conservatives do not recognize any distinction between the terms liberal and leftist. So it's common to hear right-wingers refer to socialists as liberal extremists, I'm sure the socialists love that, or to center-left liberals like Obama as radical left Marxists. Americans in general tend
if there is one mission, if there is one thing that I could do in the Twitch and YouTube political space, it would be to change that dynamic. It really would be. I have a debate going on Raging Tomato, I think in early September, and I truly, truly, truly want to get into the right-wing debate space so I can at least have them even understand the left. Because it is kind of crazy from a leftist worldview, which I think, weirdly enough, there's a healthy chunk of like liberals and progressives and leftists who understand this. There's Marxist leftism, the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and then there's communists who want the end state of humanity to be a moneyless, stateless class of society. And then there's everybody else. Social democrats who are Scandinavian, they're still capitalists. Progressives who are still, social democratic or capitalist, they're still capitalist. Center-left liberals, Lockheed liberals, my favorite kind of liberal, people who love the military-industrial complex and America flexing its muscle on the world stage, both diplomatically and militarily, they're still capitalist. So on and so forth. Center-right, far-right, libertarian, fascist, whatever, they're still capitalists. And so as a result, leftists are their political tribe, and then there's everybody else. And truly, I feel like if we were able to get rid of the fascists on the far right, the people who want power for its own sake and believe they're advocating for the political corporative good, but ultimately they just end up oligarchic, kleptocratic fucking maniacs. And then if we could get rid of the far leftists, who are basically, I think they're espousing a dead political ideology that just, well, it's not a dead political ideology. They're espousing a revenant zombie political ideology that I just wish would fucking die. If we could clear those people from the field, then I feel like we could have like a sane discussion about technocratic policy that actually achieves what we want out of a human life. But because we can't clear those sociopaths from our national discourse, we can't have the real conversation that actually fixes America's problems. And not just that, Shoeonhead, who we watched earlier today, is correct that economic and spiritual despair motivates people to engage with those far right and far left ideologies. Absolutely fucking brutal out there.
To be pretty bad at making these distinctions because our two-party system erases distinctions. A lot of European countries have multi-party systems where centrist liberals, social democrats, and left-wing socialists have their own separate parties. But in the US, the Democratic Party includes people who belong to all three of those groups. Now, I've been warned that in Europe, the term liberal has more center-right connotations. Often liberal means specifically economic liberalism, so free trade and limited government, which in the US we would historically associate with conservatives who sometimes call themselves classical liberals. But in the US, a liberal is most often what Europeans call a social democrat, that is, a progressive who believes in a welfare state, a social safety net, public health agencies that make sure the food supply is not infested with diarrhea parasites.
I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
So for a long time in American politics, we had a near total consensus on the broader concept of liberalism. Republicans and Democrats may have disagreed about things like how much the government should regulate industry or subsidize healthcare, or whether various groups are entitled to certain civil rights. But pretty much every elected official in this country agreed on the basic values of democracy, of rule of law, civil liberties, and a market economy. Until...
Okay, hold on. Is Hutch reviewing the old Jola versus Destiny, or is he reviewing a new one? If there's a new one, I would be interested in that. But hold on. Every time RFK Jr. comes onto my screen, I have to play this video.
I think you took too much. I think you took too much.
All right, hold on. And just in case people aren't watching, it's called RFK Jr. is your trip sitter. Sometimes when people do hard drugs, particularly hallucinogens, they will have one friend who stays sober specifically. So if they get dehydrated, if they freak out, if they have like a spiritual crisis, an emotional crisis, they're dehydrated, you know, they feel like they're in danger, they can have one friend who will get them water, get them Gatorade, tell them it'll be okay, scratch their back, get them a lukewarm bath, etc., etc., etc. And so this YouTube short is called RFK Jr. is your trip sitter.
How many fingers am I holding up? That's not it. That's wrong. You have to calm down. You have to calm down. The police are on their way. The police. I've called the police. Your legs work just fine. I can't save you. I can't save you. Oh my God. I think the police are here. Hold on. Hold on. If your heart beats too fast, it'll explode. Jesus Christ, Cheryl. He's awake. He's awake. Look what I found. Look what I found. The drugs, they still might be in effect. But look what I found. Look what I found. You're never gonna believe it. It's a mini-me. It's a mini-me. My bloodline's going for the rest of time.
Jen Winkler's like, what the fuck is happening here? I just explained it, Jen Winkler. Stop cheating on me with your other boyfriend, okay? It's RFK Jr. being your trip sitter.
2016, when the liberal consensus collapsed. In 2016, oh God, the Republican Party, formerly a socially conservative, economic liberal party,
Corporations are people, my friend.
became the monstrosity we now know all too well, which is simply a cult of personality devoted to His Excellency, Supreme Commander Donald Trump, Eternal President, Titan of Titans, Daddy Dearest.
They called me Daddy.
Trump is an illiberal, neo-fascist authoritarian who does not believe in democracy and does not believe in the rule of law. He has attempted to violently overthrow a fair presidential election, and we have every reason to believe that he would do it again.
The other way, if they beat us, we'll say it was rigged, just like the election was rigged in 2020, but I won't get into that.
Trump basically forced the entire Republican Party to make a choice. Either uphold democracy and stand by the liberal values this country was founded on, or pledge allegiance to this Broadway fop. and Republicans chose to kneel before the golden idol. So liberalism on the right is essentially dead. And at the same time, liberalism on the left has become extremely contentious because of escalating hostilities between the center-left and the far-left, a conflict widely known as liberals versus leftists. Okay, so what is the difference between a liberal and a leftist? Well, theoretically, liberals support capitalism and leftists oppose it, but I find that not to be a very useful definition, because it's not clear what it means to be against capitalism in an American context. A truly illiberal leftist would be someone like a Marxist-Leninist who wants to violently overthrow liberal democracy and establish in its place a single-party authoritarian communist state. But most democratic socialists in Western countries don't actually want to do that. People like Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani are nominally anti-capitalist, but they're not trying to incite a communist revolution. They're promoting things
because they can't. Hold on. Let's see if we can delineate our worldview a little bit. Okay. So from my perspective, I think that there is a 200-year-old tradition called socialism, which is an attempt to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. And so as a result, a robust welfare state, aka social democracy, could be viewed as an outlet of that philosophy. But it itself is not socialist. And on top of that, I would say a healthy chunk of socialists would be pissed off, and also a healthy chunk of social democrats would be pissed off if you called them socialist. Okay? Because socialism, especially post-Marx, is the decommodification of basic human needs. Food, water, and shelter are no longer commodities sold on the market. Human beings just have those. And the way that you achieve that is you make sure everybody has water through civic infrastructure. You make sure everybody has food through civic infrastructure. And then you also have, building developments and housing that allows everybody to have a house within the country. Okay, food, water, and shelter are free. But that's not the end of it. It's also workers owning the means of production, which means that if you participate in any economic institution, that benefit, whatever productivity you put into the institution, is returned to you. There is no longer, maybe there's some like market socialist models and all that kind of stuff, but profit is viewed as excess product from labor, and therefore that can't all be pooled into the owner's bank account. It has to be either through the state taken and distributed amongst the people, or within a market socialist or syndicalist model, there's an economic mechanism that allows you to have that value returned to you. Okay? That's socialism. Communism is the moneyless, stateless, classless society at the end of history that basically allows humanity to live in egalitarian peace. And by the way, that feels utopian as fuck, right? Now, my beef with the sanitization of Bernie Sanders and the sanitization of AOC and the sanitization of Zohran Mamdani is not because I don't think they're not socialist. They would decommodify basic human needs if they could. They would have workers own the means of production if they could. They just know that the United States is not there yet, and they're working within a democratic system, and if they were violent revolutionaries, they would be killed. Like Hassan Piker, if he actually picked up an AK-47 and rallied a militia in order to start gunning people down in the streets, he would be killed by the United States government. So that means that the next step isn't armed revolution within the United States, because pragmatically it would be crushed. It is actually incremental steps towards decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, ultimately through social democratic policy. And when I say social democrat, I mean the Scandinavian countries. Reading a couple of chats real quick. Andy B says, I just want free healthcare, bro. Ignore the fact that I'm still calling your employer and demanding you be fired if you want to have sex with a man dressed as a woman. It's just free healthcare, bro. Copy. And then Newly Born Corn says, what if you invent something? Can you still gather patent under socialism? No. It's, I'm sure that they make a delineation between personal property and private property. Personal property is like your toothbrush and the shit that you have inside your house, but there's no more private property. So if you invent something, yeah, sure, you can be the primary benefactor from that invention, but you're still going to have to register it for the state. And anybody who actually works with you in order to create that invention, manufacture that invention, whatever, they're all getting a cut. You know? They're all getting a cut.
Like universal health care, public education, and aggressive taxation of wealth. In other words, they're effectively social democrats, whose differences from progressive liberals are mostly rhetorical and philosophical. But I don't think philosophical differences about the nature of capitalism are really the issue at hand in this debate. I think the issue at hand is an extremely bitter 10-year factional conflict on the American left, beginning with the 2016 Democratic primary and the antagonism between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders supporters. And I know this has been discussed a lot, too much even, but it is kind of a foundational event, so sorry, I'll try to make this quick. In 2016, eternal 2016, the perspective of Hillary's supporters was that she was not just the only woman in American history to become a major party presidential candidate, but also the most qualified candidate in modern times. So seemingly, she was the safe bet against this buffoonish reality TV personality with a history of sexual assault allegations.
Grab him by the pussy.
Of course, it sounds crazy now to suggest that qualifications have some kind of relevance to the outcome of an American presidential election, but 2016 was a different planet. Bernie Sanders, at this time, was the only socialist member of Congress. Bernie ran an anti-establishment campaign that basically birthed the American left as we know it, out of progressive disillusionment with Obama's compromises and of post-2008 Occupy Wall Street-style populist rage. So of course, Hillary won the primary by 3.7 million votes, for the record, and Bernie somewhat reluctantly conceded. But when he endorsed Hillary at the DNC, he got booed by his own supporters.
We have got to elect Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine.
A subset of Sanders supporters had embraced the slogan Bernie or bust. They could not take the L and refused to Pokemon go to the polls for Clinton in the general election against Trump.
Dude, living through this was wild. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, that what was that, like a decade ago? So I was in my late 20s. Dude, living through this was wild. Having okay, so for those of you who don't know, for those of you who are 8, for those of you who are 8, back in 2016, Pokemon Go was created and it was wildly popular that summer. So effectively, it felt like tens of millions of people who had grown up on the Pokemon video game, running around on a Game Boy, catching Pokemon and all that kind of stuff. They made the iPad thing where you ran around inside your city catching Pokemon in random locations throughout your city. So there were like millions or tens of millions of Americans running around the country trying to catch Pokemon as if they were real world Pokemon trainers using their iPads and iPhones to do so. And Hillary Clinton, it's cute in retrospect, but what was I believe to be one of the cringiest phrases ever uttered in American politics, actually said, "You need to Pokemon go to the polls." And that, oh my God, that along with her going on to can we watch some Hillary cringe real quick? Can we watch some Hillary cringe real quick? Oh my God. I want to see Pokemon go to the polls. And I want to see the hot sauce. Oh my God. Hillary Clinton hot sauce. As a certified Democratic hater. Hot sauce. Oh, shit. Okay, so hold on. The hot sauce is going to be after. Because this was amazing. So hold up. All right, let's do Pokemon Go to the Polls first.
So what we want is for more young people to be supported and mentored in getting those skills at community colleges, at apprenticeships run by labor unions and businesses. Because we're going to have a lot of jobs from building infrastructure to coding, creating new apps. I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
We do. Number one, you can see a few of the audience members. Number one, you can see a few of the audience members cringing as she says it. Number two, you can see her cringing a little bit when she sees it. Not only am I a Chapel Roan fan, Queeman, I'm an unapologetic Chapel Roan fan. There's nothing wrong with Chapel Roan. She's a talented vocalist. She makes good music. She's lyrically interesting. What's wrong with Chapel Roan? She's also a very mid-redhead. my favorite kind of redhead. Anyways. Hold on. Let's do hot sauce real quick.
Always carry with you.
Hot sauce.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Are you getting information right now?
Hot sauce.
Hot sauce in my bag, swag?
Hot sauce.
Really?
Yes.
Now listen, I just want you to know, people are going to see this and say, okay, she's pandering to black people.
Okay. Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what they're going to say? She's pandering to black people. Is it working? That actually could be funny if she had an ounce of charisma. But she just comes off as like this Machiavellian lizard person, in my opinion. I know there's Hillary sweepers, right? Actually, people oftentimes point out that like Hillary Clinton is like a neoconservative, Lockheed liberal, bloodthirsty monster. And so as a result, weirdly enough, if she was pro-gun, she might actually be a good candidate, in my opinion. But anyways. Fucking hell. Yeah, a little bit of Hillary cringe. Grassroots20 says, no, both of those things you said in the definitions are direct attacks on the concept of ownership itself. It's not aspirational. It should not make you feel good. It's dystopian and nihilistic on its face and by its nature. Are you talking about me or are you talking about them? Because I obviously abhor socialism. I think social democrat is the furthest left you should go. And you have to focus on economic production, not just on a robust welfare state. If you focus on a robust welfare state without extreme economic productivity, you just collapse the society. So Scandinavians have between, I think, like a 3 and 5% higher labor force participation rate. It's not catastrophic, but the Scandinavians and the Germans are extremely productive people. So if you want social democracy, you want a welfare, a robust welfare state, you can't be a fucking bed blob. And that's part of my problem with American leftists is they oftentimes advocate for social democracy or socialism, but it feels like vibes based off of the internet that a substantial amount of them are overeducated, underemployed bed blobs. So.
Trump, many Bernie supporters also promoted, and continue to promote, an essentially baseless conspiracy theory that the 2016 primary had been rigged by the Democratic establishment. As they saw it, Hillary was the ultimate avatar of a corrupt liberal elite, and they blamed her and her supporters and the shit libs and the DNC and the corporate wine moms for essentially cock-blocking the glorious sunrise of American socialism. So you probably deduced that I was a Hillary supporter in 2016. Well, that's correct. I only became a Bernie Sanders supporter after I became a big YouTuber and sold out. I sold out my liberal values for a socialist paycheck. But in 2016, I was an Uber driver who supported Hillary Clinton, which is astonishing, considering that Uber drivers with master's degrees in philosophy are quite possibly the single most likely demographic to become Marxists. Nevertheless, I persisted. I already had my Marxist era in college. God, this is how everyone talks now. I'm in my Marxist era. It's low-key giving dialectical materialism. Now, contrary to what you may have heard from right-wing pundits, you actually have to go out of your way to learn Marxism in American universities. I actually had to get permission to take some classes in the English department where there was one professor who was teaching Marx and Engels. But sometime when I was in grad school, I guess I realized that no, Occupy Wall Street was not, in fact, going to end capitalism, which actually contributed a little bit to my dropping out of academia. This realization that you have to adapt yourself to society at least a little bit, instead of demanding that it conform to your philosophy. Because otherwise, you sit on the sidelines of reality like a bitter monastic condemning the world and the flesh. And I don't want to do that, god damn it, I want in. So in 2016...
Bro. So one of my favorite quotes, she is trans, yeah, Contrapoints is trans. One of the quotes that I love, and I wish I could tattoo it on my fucking soul, is I'm like a huge history nerd. Not only did I take like 20 credits of history in college, but I also am a huge fan of the Greater Courses series on audible.com. And I think I did like another 20 or 30 credits worth of Audible Greater Courses series. And so basically, for those of you who don't know, the Great Courses, or whatever it's called, I don't even know what it's called anymore, but it's effectively like Ivy League level professors doing their lectures. You just don't have to do the test or do the homework. But the lectures are phenomenal. And I'm not getting paid by audible.com. If you are a huge history nerd, get audible.com, do the Greater Courses series, do the history series, and also like they have a ton of other topics anyways. Point being, here's the quote that I wish I could tattoo on my soul. Those who are ignorant of history are doomed to repeat it. Those who know history are doomed to watch others repeat it. And that's truly what it feels like. It feels like you're on the sidelines of history in some kind of monastic order that has studied like the deeper truths of reality, but you are absolutely powerless to stop anything because all you can do is scream from the sidelines like, hey, what you're doing is bad. And then everybody calls you a fogey and tells you to F off. That's what studying and understanding history feels like. But Grassroots, thank you for being the oiler today, King. I do appreciate you. Hillary Clinton is the last neocon standing, and I love her for it. Zero irony in that statement. Bitch is building drones in her basement for fun in her retirement. That's probably true, but I'm just going to say, I would appreciate it if the Democrats chilled the fuck out on gun control. Straight up. Just shut the fuck up about gun control, and then I would vote center-left Dem. But I can't because they suck, and they won't shut the fuck up, and they won't stop being woke. So I basically have Grassroots and Jeb Kush to thank today, but I don't think that is going to cover it sufficiently. So I got Grassroots with 5 gifted, Grassroots, and Jeb Kush. We got 60 people in chat. If you're brokies and you're waiting on your paycheck, I understand. I'm waiting on my paycheck right now. Like the stream. That's free. If you're having a good time, you're hanging out, you like yapping with the current cog, you know, Officer Nasty and Doobie aren't in here shit-talking Destiny at the current moment. They will be back later, I promise. Then engage in chat and also tell your friends to come hang out. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, and thank you for being here. Let's continue.
2016, I was with her, but I didn't have negative feelings towards Bernie. I just thought he couldn't win. In 2012, I'd volunteered for Obama's campaign and talked to people in swing districts and reached the conclusion that the median American voter is simply not ready for socialism. Also, I just didn't pay that much attention to leftist infighting back then. I was distracted by a more interesting problem, which was the rise of the alt-right, something I'd noticed on YouTube before it became mainstream politics. I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos after a long day, driving drunk Towson students, the little idiots, to like the Green Turtle on York Road. On YouTube back then, there was this war going on between so-called SJWs, social justice warriors, people who we would now call woke 1.0, and anti-SJWs, the proto-chuds. The SJWs, well, they had some stupid ideas like that white people making sushi is literally cultural violence, but mostly they were saying stuff that I agreed with, like that racism is a problem in society, and like you shouldn't be a horrible asshole to women and trans people all the time. But even when SJWs were right, they were right in the most annoying way possible. Whiny, priggish, condescending, sanctimonious, humorless, joyless, artless, sexless, lifeless, awful. insufferable. And the anti-SJWs were not a whole lot better, most of them falling somewhere on the spectrum from douchebags to Nazis. My problem with the SJWs was that, like so many extremists, they have no chill and they don't know how to hang. I consider these to be underrated political values. I mean, I have the same problem with bigots. J.K. Rowling, for example, has no chill. She does not know how to hang. But neither do trans people who demand that everyone burn their Harry Potter books. Shh. Please, learn how to hang. I've always found most extremists of all kinds.
True. Grassroots says, no, I was calling you out because you did the leftism looks good on paper thing. Listen, most motherfuckers, if you say, hey, food, water, and shelter are free, and also you get an economic stake. So let's say that I woke up tomorrow. I didn't have to pay my utility bill. I didn't have to pay for the food in my fridge. And I just owned my house outright. Okay? Boom. 3 major things that human beings care about on a day-to-day basis is taken care of. And then, not only that, if I chose to work at an economic institution, because now I no longer have to, I have free food, free water, and free shelter in perpetuity. Then I go participate in an economic institution, and my boss is mean to me. So I can go to a forum and say, Jeff was really mean to me. I say we vote him out. I say Jeff should no longer be the manager. It should be Lilith. Lilith should be the manager. And then not just that, but the second I become a part of that economic institution, I get stock in the company. So I'm working at Publix as a grocer, but I become a multi-millionaire by the end of my 20-year career as a bagger at Publix because I have stock in the company enforced by the state. That sounds great. But do you know what it sounds like to me as a person who was working class and middle class? It sounds like you are incentivizing the biggest bed blobs on the planet to never do anything ever. And what I mean by that is vast swaths of the population simply would not work. If you give the entirety of 340 million people inside the United States food, water, and shelter in perpetuity, they will just not go to work because they're not going to give a shit anymore. Oh, I can hang out and fucking jerk off and fucking get food, water, and shelter forever. I'm not going to work tomorrow. That is seriously like probably a third of the population would just not be economically, they just wouldn't work anymore. Then not just that, the dangerous jobs that get paid really, really, really well and have some prestige, why the fuck would you do that? You could sit home. You could jerk it. You could fucking take a shit. You could eat shit and sleep. Right? So as a result, no, like you destroyed the economy and you lose all that productivity. And then not only are you destroying the economy and losing all that productivity, you're also creating a state big enough, because B for Brian says you wouldn't want an iPhone. Maybe you'd want an iPhone, but let's be real. Once people vote in free food, water, and shelter in perpetuity, they're going to vote in state subsidized cell phones as well. I don't know if you know that there's a federal universal service charge, but basically Obama tacked on $10 to $20 to every single cell phone bill inside the United States to pay for poor people's cell phones. So you think that if we lived in a socialist regime, they wouldn't do something similar? They 100% would do something similar. Okay, anyways, let me get to the state. Then the state, the government, in order to force said economic state of affairs, would be super fucking big because 2/3 of the population would say, fuck you. Why am I on the lines? Why am I hooking up electricity? Why am I laying fiber optic cable in 150-degree weather? Why am I maintaining the water desalination plant? Why am I working with nuclear bullshit when I could be home jerking off? I don't want to work all day, every day, 40 to 60 hours a week, miss my opportunity to hang out with my family, miss the opportunity to spend time with my friends, miss the opportunity to actually enjoy my life because I'm so busy working. Fuck this. Number one, I'm going to rebel against the government so we can reset up a state of material affairs that is actually fair, or I'm going to go be a bed blob myself, at which point you economically implode the entirety of society. So, In my opinion, it's not that if I had food, water, and shelter in perpetuity in an economic stake in a company, that I think that that is in and of itself evil. It's that I think that we see the societies that this has created. China in the 20th century, Russia in the 20th century, Cambodia in the 20th century. There are plenty of societies that have tried, Venezuela in the current timeline. They have tried this model. They have failed. They have fucked up their economies. They've fucked up their societies. They've implemented authoritarian regimes. We don't need to do it anymore. Okay? It's a bad idea. Go make a new idea. This idea sucks. Okay? Anyways.
To be sort of repulsive at a stylistic level, which may sound trivial, but it's not. As the great arch misogynist said, style is the answer to everything. It's the way a life is lived. Do you want to live your life as a grandstanding, musicless fault finder, devoid of irony, absurdity, and self-awareness? Fuck no. Anyway, I started this commentary YouTube channel called Contrapoints in the posture of a kind of centrist, trying to rescue progressive ideas from the tedium.
All right, I'm getting called out in chat. Oh, Connor, the YouTuber, the streamer, all he's doing is he's admitting how lazy he is. Fuck you. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps. That job was hard as fuck. I did 4 years in law enforcement. That job was hard as fuck. I did a year when I was 15 years old I was doing carts. I was a fucking cart boy for a grocery store, and I was working at a car wash, you know, wiping down cars in 110-degree weather. Fuck you. When I was putting myself through school, I was a server. So I basically like sped walked for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week in order to get enough money while I was going to college. Fuck you. Part of the reason why I'm so lazy now is because I spent 20 years working my dick off. So we got him, boys? Yes, you guys two-guyed me. You two-guyed triggered the shit out of me. Anyways.
Of progressive people. It was my conviction that it's possible to have progressive politics without necessarily acting like a sloganeering moral fanatic all of the time. Of course, I see now just how wrong I was. I adopted the persona of a depraved transvestite, kind of as a way to separate myself from the trans people who everyone hated because they had pronouns, but the problem with this persona is that it was a little too close to something psychologically deep and true. So when I actually transitioned, the irony broke down. Then I was in a serious predicament as a baby trans woman who was very visible online, a situation that attracts an immense volume of extreme cruelty. And so I had no choice but to soften on the SJWs, because where else was I to go? They were my only allies, or so it seemed. When I identified as non-binary and like the first month after I came out as a trans woman, I basically got love bombed by trans people online. They'd be like, you would be so beautiful as a woman. It feels so natural to use she, her pronouns for you. And like no actual person in my life was telling me these things. So naturally I was like, wow, I finally found people who truly love and accept me. LMAO. Joke's on you, idiot. The second I did anything uppity or ideologically out of step, the love bombing would turn into vicious hatred, and that cycle just repeated for a couple years until it climaxed in the Angel Buck incident, which is well documented. So after that, I was like, okay, I guess the SJWs are not my friends. In fact, no one on the internet is really ever your friend. Okay, our second hot sauce is the...
Not true. You guys are my friends, but apparently Grassroots is my only true friend. So... Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. A parasocial love you. Thank you for being here.
The Chipotle pepper sauce, made of course with Chipotle peppers. This is an old favorite of mine. It's a little awkward on chicken nuggets, but I first got into this because they had it at Chipotle, which became a popular fast casual chain in my area in the late 2000s. I remember when suburban moms could not pronounce the name Chipotle, they were like, Chipotle. Chipotle pepper is just a smoked red jalapeno. So this of course has like a very smoky flavor. To me, I will always associate this with Chipotle burritos. It's good on like burritos and tacos in general, but I can't say that I suggest it on chicken nuggets. So by late 2017, the online left was having a moment. After the 2016 election, all those disgruntled Bernie Sanders supporters started YouTube channels and podcasts, and people started calling them BreadTube and the Dirtbag Left, respectively. And despite the fact that I've never really fit in on the left and I wasn't exactly on the same page ideologically, I went along with it, which was probably a mistake, and I have to live with the consequences of it every day.
Guys, I'm kidding. I'm just fishing for super chats. Okay, that's all that's going on. Okay? Trust me. I'm waiting for my paycheck to come in. I appreciate Jeb Cush's and Grassroots Hegemon's donations. I'm just fucking around. I promise you. What the fuck was the Tabasco tangent? She is trying to put this video essay to the concept of Hot Wings or whatever that show is. What do they call it? The one where like celebrities come in and hot ones. They come in and they talk about like themselves and they do like an interview and all that kind of stuff, but they're eating progressively hotter sauces as they go on. And there's some people who can absolutely tank the hot sauces. And there's some people who get fucked up within the first 30 seconds. And I'm just telling you right now, I would tank the first under 200 Scovilles one, and then it would be downhill from there. Once you get past, I don't even know what the Scovilles or the scale is, but basically once you get past like Texas Pete, once you get past Tabasco, once you get into the actual hot sauces, oof, I start fucking paying for it super fast.
I'm downplaying this significantly when I say I went along with it. I mean, I was considered one of the most prominent online leftists. As in, when the BreadTube subreddit was created in 2017, an image of me was the banner of that subreddit, on which I and any mention of my videos are now banned, if that gives you any indication of where this is going. All the time now, people tell me, I grew up watching you and became a leftist because of your videos. And the English language contains no words to describe the disappointment that I feel at what you have become. And I'm like, what? Because I feel like I've had basically the same politics the entire time. So what's going on? Well, I think what happened is that my fairly moderate politics and almost apolitical sensibility made me attractive to people who aren't leftists. So a bunch of edgy centrists at the mouth of the alt-right pipeline watched my videos, liked what they saw, and then they joined leftist Discord servers and got radicalized. And now they're all telling me, you made me a leftist, but I've really outgrown you, now that I've discovered the immortal science of Marxism-Leninism. Oh God, what have I done? So I was the bait, right? I was the bait that lured these people in so they could get radicalized. Literally the leftist equivalent of Jordan Peterson. And now I feel kind of...
Can I say, as a center-right guy, I saw this happen and called it out in the moment, and I was called an idiot for believing so. So for those of you who don't remember, there was this discourse about the alt-right pipeline, and I'm pretty sure Contrapoints played a substantial role in popularizing the conception. Effectively, that Jordan Peterson has, if you actually watch his old school shit, I love old school Jordan Peterson, okay? Like 2016 to 2018 Jordan Peterson is my jam. I truly love it. It's like liberal in that you still support America and Americanism. I know he's Canadian, but you support the Western liberal project in its entirety, but that includes freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. And so therefore, necessarily, it includes some social conservative critiques of the extremities of the far left, which effectively made him a Nazi at the time. He was a National Socialist. And what was argued is that there was this funnel. I'm actually going to mind map it real quick. But there was this funnel of Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan that was going to drive people to the right, where people who originally were quoting Jordan Peterson for clean your room and wash your balls, eventually they would be talking about like black crime statistics, mass immigration, the Great Replacement, and Christian nationalism. And that is true to a degree. And weirdly enough, the pipeline is from Jordan Peterson to Lauren Southern to Nick Fuentes and, you know, Keith Woods and all that kind of shit. But what happened identically, in my opinion, is that Contrapoints did the anti-right-wing argumentation, but she also, through leftist LARPing, pushed people to people like Vosh and people like Hassan Piker. And so what's happened is all the people who used to be fans of Contra as somebody who would criticize the far right and get them, de-radicalized from Jordan Peterson sucking them into the far right, all that happened is they moved from Contra to Vosh to Hassan. So I'm happy she recognizes this, but functionally, They serve the same purpose for disaffected, underemployed, permanently online Discord users. So, Jeb Cush says, give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, feed him for life, go fishing, thirst trap. True. And not just that, but what was the other thing? What's the Ron Swanson fishing? What's the Ron Swanson teach a man to fish quote? Swanson, teach a man to fish. Hold on. This will give my libertarian audience a boner. Give me a second.
Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Don't teach a man to fish and you feed yourself. He's a grown man. Fishing's not that hard.
I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Oppenheimer-ish about it, and I have to take responsibility. I brought this on myself. I fucked around with radical aesthetics. I referred to Marx and Engels as our boys. I had a portrait of Chairman Mao, but I thought we were just doing edgy jokes and memes. I am so fucking stupid to not have seen this coming. I saw the alt-right pull this exact same move and I clocked it immediately, but I didn't imagine that an alt-left could become a real problem. But the alt-left is not joking. The great helmsman, Chairman Mao Zedong, savior of the people, the red sun in our hearts, is no laughing matter to these people.
I got stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world, okay? A man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. For real, yes. I mean, there was a lot of fucking excesses, let's be real, but...
Am I saying alt-left unironically now? I guess I am. I guess I am. Back in 2017, I believed that a leftist liberal coalition was both possible.
Yo, I don't know if Queeman's still here. Queeman, if you're still here, do you have any vibes on why this was unlisted? There's nothing wrong with this video, but I have to presume that I'm saying that as a center-right guy. So if I'm saying that as a center-right guy, did this shit get dogpiled like a motherfucker? Let's take a look. Are there comments up? All right, hold on. Let's take a look at the comments real quick. Igor says, hello, Natalie. I don't believe you're being fair with yourself when you say all you've done was for nothing. No, it wasn't. It was great philosophy, great art, great conversations. And I say this as someone who considered themselves a far leftist. I really like you. You are a true human. I like those. Hope you're doing well. Bye. We finally got the canceling part 2. Oh my God. Wow, this recap of the last 10 years was bittersweet as someone who has followed you this whole time and with you all the way. I really appreciate your perspective on art and am eager to hear more. I have no rights and I must scream. I feel like continuing to discuss political and philosophical topics indirectly via cultural criticism. I like what you've done with your Twilight and Saw videos. This doesn't feel like a dog pile. Is there... does anybody have any indications? Not sure. I don't know where it came from, just that I had it posted in my Discord. Okay. Oh, she talks about Israel in the last 15 minutes? Yeah, I'm sure that got spicy. Okay. All right, interesting.
And desirable, because I thought we were on the same team against fascism. And after Trump beat Hillary, I questioned my own judgment about what is and isn't possible in American politics. Trump could win. Maybe a socialist could win. Why not? And I thought the issues the left cared about back then were pretty reasonable. Universal healthcare, yeah, I agree with that. Climate change, yep, that's a serious problem. Student loan forgiveness, that was the big one for downwardly mobile millennial college graduates. I can sympathize. Of course, there were always cringe zealots and LARPers who, back then, I parodied with the character Tabby. See, I've always punched left. I don't accept the principle that it's wrong to punch left. It implies that the further left you are, the more righteous you are. How could that be the case? Is no one allowed to criticize Stalinists? But Stalinists are allowed to criticize everyone else? That this is transparently self-serving nonsense. Why would I follow this rule you made up? But still, Tabby was a fairly affectionate parody, right? The far left back then were different. They were like anarchist punks, which I find kind of adolescent, but also sort of naively charming. But I would never have had Tabby praising authoritarian regimes and upholding Mao Zedong thought and defending Stalin, or even more absurdly, Putin, because at the time those were crackpot fringe positions hardly worth addressing. Now, it's like the mainline viewpoint promoted by the biggest leftist influencers. There's nothing charming about these red cards. I will not be creating an affectionate catgirl parody of that.
I'll smash your fucking face.
Where did it all go so wrong? Well, I think it was 2020, the year that everything went wrong. Society collapsed and our collective psyche was permanently shattered. The world shut down and the internet became reality. God, what have we done? In the 2020 primary, I supported Bernie Sanders. Look at me. It feels like 2 years ago, and also somehow I was 30 years younger. My thought process in supporting Bernie was, why not? Let's give it a chance. So I gave it a chance. But Bernie lost. This is where the madness really began. Bernie lost by a much larger margin in 2020 than in 2016. Joe Biden got 8 million more votes than him. So I immediately switched to supporting Biden. Because as you may remember, in 2020 there was a fairly major pandemic, and the incumbent president was a fascist lunatic promoting quack medicine and speculating about bleach injections.
Then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that? Injection, insect.
Queeman, since I have you, since I saw you in chat a moment ago, can I ask you this question? And maybe we should talk about it. That way we can do it at a prolonged period. I think that with JStock, with you sometimes, with other people, in their attempts to attack Steven, but also I think with you it might be more politically motivated. There's this like thing that you guys do where you're like, oh, well, Hassan Piker's just like a cute boy and he's uwu and he's kawaii. And typically when it's like Dgge or somebody like that, they're not defending necessarily like a moneyless, stateless class of society or decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. What they're defending is a political Overton shift where the far left is so aggressive, they're yanking on the political ball in order to counteract the way that the right wing has dominated political discourse for the past decade. But then what they also do is they kind of tinge that with a healthy chunk of anti-American imperialism, and then they also tinge that with, in my opinion, terrorist apologia. I've done expansive drawings showing why I think shooting civilians in the face is bad and how bombing people and having collateral damage is morally different. So I guess my question to you is, are you a socialist in a Marxian sense? Are you more about yanking the Overton window for the leftward sense for a economic reason, a political reason, an Overton window reason, an anti-American imperialism reason? And are you, in my opinion, guilty of the same sin that Doobie's guilty of, where you try to make basically like hitting a target and then wounding or killing civilians around it the same as intentionally just targeting civilians to kill them? That's my that's my question to you, and maybe we should do that as a stream conversation at some point.
Or almost a cleaning.
And we'd already suffered 4 years of this man, and I was just so sick of it. And Biden, on the other hand, was a competent and rational leader with decades of experience. The choice, to me, was obvious, but many leftists, including pundits whose podcasts I had been on, people I used to think of as my peers, refused to endorse Biden because I guess they felt it would damage their brand identity to be seen supporting someone so establishment. And because he wasn't going to forgive all student loan debt, only some student debt. Not good enough. May as well just keep the fascists then. And once again, they suggested there was a conspiracy to rig the primary. Why? Because other center-leftist candidates dropped out of the race to rat fuck Bernie. And it's like, guys, that's not a conspiracy. You just don't have enough votes. It's not even close. So I made this video voting, which was one of my last attempts to speak to the left in the language of the left. But it was around this time I realized that the coalition I thought I was a part of does not exist. I'd been trying to find common ground with the far left because I thought that we could unite against fascism. But we can't, because they refuse to work with liberals. Now, this may not be so much the case in Europe, where socialists and liberals have managed to form anti-fascist coalitions recently. I see the American far left as exceptionally dysfunctional as a result of never having been in power. In the United States, there has never been a socialist president. There has never been a socialist majority or plurality in Congress. In fact, the highest percentage of openly socialist legislators to ever serve simultaneously is around 1%. The result of this is that many American leftists are habitual outsiders and ideological purists who have no sense of the pragmatic alliances and compromises that have to be made in order to actually govern. By far, the most quoted sentence I've ever written, you don't get to choose these things, it just happens to you, is from my video on envy. They don't want victory, they don't want power, they want to endlessly critique power. This is not necessarily something that applies to leftists in general. It's specific to this subset of American leftists who behave less like a political faction and more like, well, like bitter monastics condemning the world in the flesh. And these people only ever tolerated me as long as they did because at first they misread me as one of them. because I'm transgender and I'm anti-fascist and I read theory and I was doing the jokes and the memes. But the essential difference between me and the far left is that I care much more about the conflict between liberalism and fascism than I do about the conflict between socialism and liberalism. But they don't care at all about the conflict between liberalism and fascism because they see it as a distinction without a difference. They believe in Stalin's dictum that social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism. That or their thinking is so Manichaean that they don't think a liberal can be anti-fascist, socialism or barbarism. So my voting argument made no sense to them. What do you mean vote for Biden to defeat fascism? Isn't Joe Biden just as fascist as Donald Trump? Stop telling us to choose between 100% Hitler and 99% Hitler. These people think that nearly all American politicians are fascist. Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they're all within 1 percentage point of being Hitler. And you have to...
Dude, this is why Nameless Henchman I find so funny, because I feel like Nameless Henchman is guilty of this in reference to me. Nameless Henchman, whenever I espouse any right of center belief, Nameless Henchman's like, you would because you're a fascist. You would because you're a fascist. You would because you're a fascist. And I swear to God, I just hear that leftist bullshit where it's like, they truly do not differentiate between a political corporatist and flexible authoritarian and a political corporatist who believes in like republicanism and the rule of law and all that kind of shit. So I'm far more right than that. In what regard? You know, XDME, this is the first time I've seen you in my chat, but like, I swear to God, me descriptively saying that ICE officers, even in a Biden administration, if they had gotten into similar shootings, would not have faced state sanction, and on top of that might even be ruled justified shootings. People are like, oh, he's a Nazi who loves ICE shooting Americans in the face. And it's like, no, I'm just correct about use of force. I'm just right about law enforcement issues. You're to the left of Peterson? No, I think I am Peterson, to be honest. I think I'm 2016 to 2018 Peterson. I'm just in the middle. So hold on. I want to show you guys this drawing real quick. So in my opinion, Hassan Piker simping for the Chinese Communist Party, simping for Soviet Union in the 20th century, simping for Cuba in its current day, Venezuela for its current day, endorsing Hezbollah, endorsing Hamas. You might feel that's an unfair characterization. So let's be specific. Stating that Hamas is a more moral actor than the Israeli Defense Forces, and also saying that Hezbollah has his favorite flag, okay? And he stands 10 toes down with the Houthis and the Red Sea crisis. I view that as far left and kind of crazy, okay? And then Fuentes saying that the Jews want to make us die in a holy war. We're going to make them die in a holy war. He wants a Christian imperium. He wants an American Hitler. He wants an American dictator that is Christian supremacist and shreds the Constitution and turns us into a Catholic theocracy. 1 second. I need my back thing. Damn. I don't know where my back thing is. But anyways, I view those people as like opposite sides of the U-shaped pattern, the shoe horse. And I do think that Contra has properly called out the fact that Destiny is a center-left lib whose argumentation steelmans some progressive perspectives that makes you more sympathetic and likely to listen to Contra. We could probably come up with a half dozen more liberal and progressive creators there, but I just want to show the pipe. And then Contra used to be a collaborator and friend with Vosh, who was viewed as someone who represented Tabitha the Catgirl's politics. So the destiny to Contra to Vosh to Hassan pipeline is actually quite clear in my opinion. And then on the right wing, it's Jordan Peterson leading to Ben Shapiro, leading to Charlie Kirk, leading to Lauren Southern, leading to Matthew Knowles, Mark Knowles, James Knowles, Justin Knowles. I forget that guy's name. And Matt Walsh. I forget Michael Knowles. It's Michael, right? And then I think Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, they LARP with some far right ideas so they can try to appeal to Fuentes' audience without fully going schizo internet bullshit. So, you know, if you think that Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh are more like Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro, I don't really give a shit. I could flip-flop Lauren Southern and Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, and the drawing would be almost the same. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, I'm happy that we were able to mind map that. I did see Queeman answered, so I want to address that real quick before I continue. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He's somewhere in here. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Best way I can describe my thoughts is I hate Shoeonhead, but the leftist Joe Rogan bit, oh no, he's a sex pest bit was true, but happy to talk more about it. Okay, cool. Let's just DM and set up a time that's convenient for you. Grassroots5 says the thing that makes these people evil is the same thing and yields the same results. The horseshoe never loses. True. Josh Kosh says, I drew myself as a center within a spectrum and you as a soy jack. Checkmate liberals. True. I know, Josh Kosh, that you're being sarcastic, but unironically, this is me as the Elmo with the world on fire, throwing up my hands and screaming into the void as I see American alternative media politics fracture into schizophrenic tribes. So that is how I feel most days in reference to online politics. Like the stream, share. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I already read that one. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a memberships, you got them. My parents, we love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
To keep that in mind if you want to make any sense of my final excommunication from the American left. Actually, it's worse than excommunication. I wish I was excommunicated. Please stop communicating. All right, our third hot sauce is the original Tabasco brand pepper sauce. Ingredients are just vinegar, red pepper, and salt.
Which, by the way, this is apparently 5,000 Scovilles, and 50,000 Scovilles is the thing that jacks you up. So if I had to guess where my maximum limit is, where I wouldn't get jacked up, it's probably 20,000 Scovilles, but anything past that, and I am going to be begging for milk and Tums.
This is the first hot sauce I ever had. I had it when I was a kid. My family used to stock it. It is especially good on Cajun food, red beans and rice. It's a classic for a reason, although I feel like it often feels a little out of place to me in non-Cajun food. On seafood in general, I guess it's pretty good. On chicken nuggets, it's fine, although kind of not the first thing I would choose to put on chicken nuggets. I feel like this is coming across very much as an advertisement for Tabasco, which wasn't really my intention, but I guess I just really like Tabasco, so I'm sorry for sharing my passions. Alright, so in 2021, Apple TV got in touch with me about a show they were producing with Hillary Clinton and her daughter Chelsea called Gutsy, which I think it's fair to describe as a girl boss documentary. Quote, take an unforgettable journey with Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton as they go on adventures with some of the world's boldest and bravest women, from household names to unsung heroes who make us laugh and inspire us to be more gutsy. Okay, seems fine. Some other women featured on the show include Goldie Hawn, Gloria Steinem, Jane Goodall, Mariska Hargitay, Kim Kardashian, Wanda Sykes, Megan Thee Stallion. Now, you're probably wondering why I would agree to participate in such a horrific Hitlerian televisual enterprise. Well, I knew at the time it would alienate the leftist audience, but I was going to be the only trans woman on this show that was going to be watched by millions of wine moms who love Hillary Clinton and probably aren't seeing a whole lot of positive information about trans people on the news, so I thought that might be a good opportunity. Also, Apple TV had floated the idea of having me sit down with Hillary Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, and that, children, is an offer which you would have to be certifiably insane to refuse. So I said yes. Hillary and Chelsea.
I think she took way too much shit for this. I really do think that she took way too much shit for this. I actually, dude, you're gonna say yes. If you're an alt media creator and you have an opportunity to speak to somebody who is running for president of the United States, even if you hated their fucking guts, you're going to say yes. There's clout within the alternative media sphere, and that can obviously cloud people's brains and judgments and all that kind of shit. Then there's clout into the mainstream, and that is going to be overwhelming. You get to talk to arguably one of the top 20 most powerful people in the United States and who has mainstream clout, power, and money. I would say yes. Why wouldn't I say yes? Even if it was like a neutered interview where I felt like I could tactfully bring up a few spicy topics, but then every single time they gave me non-answers and then I couldn't press because it was a part of the mainstream establishment bullshit. Yeah, of course. Of course. Queeman, I disavow. Jesus.
Hillary Clinton came over to my house. It's true. I admit it. We even drank tea together from the very same teapot I'd used in the gender critical video and in the conspiracy video. An inside joke that no one but me has ever noticed because people don't pay attention to details. Sad.
That's funny. That is tight, actually.
Most of my interview got cut from the show. They only used a couple minutes. I actually don't remember very well what we even talked about. My memories of that whole year are kind of hazy. Just say no. I think I just kept spiraling to Hillary about Alex Jones, which is probably why they cut it. Anyway, that was 5 years ago, and for 5 long winters now, the barbarians have been at the gates, accusing me of being girl boss besties with the nefarious war criminal Hillary the Destroyer Clinton. I'm making light of this, but it's hard for me to describe the scope of the vitriol directed at me because of this. Like, remember that montage from the canceling video where I spend 10 minutes reading tweets from various woodland creatures telling me to kill myself? Well, that montage this time would last hours. The total word count of posts that have been written just about this one picture of me with Hillary the Destroyer probably exceeds the word count of Atlas Shrugged and is somehow even more tedious. The level of rage and the years of dedication to this topic is kind of difficult to comprehend, but to be
all right. She's at that upper tier, bro. She's at that upper tier, so far be it from me to tell someone, you know, how to behave when they're receiving that much of a backlash of hate. But the same way that I would be saying, yeah, if I could talk to the top 20 most important people on the planet, I'm going to say yes. I would also expect a commensurate backlash. So the self-pity, like, you know, feel sorry for yourself. You're allowed to feel your feelings. You know, I think you guys know me. I feel my feelings all the time, even on stream. But this, you know, like, dude, you're talking to Hillary fucking Clinton. People literally think I spread the rumor that this woman eats babies. I spread the rumor that her and John Podesta are molesting children via email about, you know, cheese pizza and pepperoni. I spread the rumors that she harvests adrenochrome, which is why she's still alive. I harvest the rumors that, like, Bill Clinton probably was best boys with Jeffrey Epstein banging ephebophilic prostitutes on the island. But at the same time, he was probably a gentleman about it, which is why there's less allegations, even though he was banging underage prostitutes. So, you know, like, come on, man. Like, I'm not trying to shit talk it. Like, feel what you feel, but you had to see it coming, right? You saw it coming. Doobie for 50. Thank you for the Oil King. Appreciate you. Thank you, Grassroots, for oiling the shit out of this chat. Doobie, thank you for taking a break, but also taking a break to drop in and dropping 50. I appreciate you. Old School for 2 says, I come in pantsuit. Wine Granny is on screen. Bruh, you should check out the earlier stream. You should check out the Shoeonhead segment. It's pretty fucking funny.
Again, to comprehend it, you have to remember that the dysfunctional American left thinks that Hillary Clinton is 99% Hitler, though in practice, they hate Hillary more than Hitler, you know, because of what she did to Bernie, presumably the heinous crime of getting more votes. Jill Stein, for example, can't even criticize Trump without expressing it in terms of her hatred for Hillary, a woman who, by the way, has not held public office for 10 years. There is a misogynistic element to this, of course. The far left is basically in agreement with the right on Hillary. Both sides see her as a cackling witch, a blood-slurping, baby-munching hag demon. But while the Hillary backlash has been far more massive than the Buck Angel canceling, both in scope and in duration, it just doesn't upset me to the same extent. Because with the Angel Buck incident, I felt like my own community hates me. Whereas now, this doesn't feel like infighting anymore, because whatever side these people are on is not the side I'm on. I realized this on January 6th, mid-insurrection, when I made some kind of Obama criticized for chewing gum type posts, and a bunch of leftists responded like, why are you whitewashing the legacy of a war criminal? A war criminal, meaning Obama. I simply cannot relate to the kind of person who would watch Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and miscellaneous neo-Nazi stormtroopers besieging the Capitol at the president's behest and then think, well, Obama was just as bad. No, he wasn't. The way I see American history, this country was founded under the worst possible circumstances, with an economy based on an exceptionally brutal form of slavery that is one of the most horrible things humans have ever done. And for the last 300 years, Black Americans in particular have fought to overcome that horror and transform America into a country that actually has the potential to live up to its founding ideals. And when I was 20 years old, I felt like I watched that overcoming culminate, and the only 10 minutes in history when America was actually great, when Aretha Franklin sang My Country 'Tis of Thee at Obama's inauguration, and her voice conveyed the power and the triumph of those centuries of struggle. And then, for the last 10 years, we've had to watch.
B for Brian says, this sucks. Fast forward to the Zionist part. No! I love this. Listen, if liberals learn to love the military and law enforcement more, truly, if liberals learn to love guns, the military, and law enforcement more, I would, dude, Lockheed liberals and me would be like fucking peanut butter and jelly, man. And if they learn to love taxation less, okay? If liberals learn to love taxation less, and if they learn to love fiscal responsibility, guns, cool stealth bombers, and fucking tasers, if they learn to love that shit more, we would be fucking jamming. No, so like I am corny in that regard. I do want Black Americans to enjoy all of the fruits of America's bounty. I want them to be proud when they hear the national anthem, even though the national anthem talks shit about them. Did you guys know this? I know this is old school lore, but did you know the original? Hold on 1 second. The original national anthem talks shit about slaves. The original national anthem lyrics. So hold up. Okay. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars of the perilous fight over the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and home of the brave. On the shore dimly seen through the mists of the deep, where the foe's haughty host is dread silent reposes, what is that which is the breeze over the towering steep, as fitfully blows, half conceals, half discloses? Now it catches the gleam of the morning's first beam, in full glory reflected, now shines in the stream. 'Tis the star-spangled banner, oh long may it wave, over the land of the free and the home of the brave. And where is that band who so vauntedly swore that the havoc of war and battle's confusion, a home and a country should leave us no more? Their blood was washed out, their fool's footsteps pollution, no refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave, and the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. Bruh. Their blood has washed out, their foul footsteps pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight and the gloom of the grave. That's wild. All right? That's a wild lyric. Okay? But I want black folk to still be proud of the national anthem, because if you forget that whole, slaves are fucking pussies and cowards, if you forget that whole lyric, it's actually kind of a banger.
That high point fade into the past, and that dream of overcoming wither and degrade. Was Obama perfect? Of course not. Did his election end racism? Of course not. But I think it is pig ignorant foolishness to compare Obama as a person and as a leader and as a symbol to a neo-Confederate uprising's attempt to overturn the Republic. And I'm sorry, I know it's tedious to listen to someone rehash social media feuds with haters and losers. It's almost Trumpian, in fact. And I know that. And I'm sorry. And a lot of you are probably yelling at the screen right now, telling me to just log off and stop fucking tweeting. And while that is generally good advice, I think in my case, it's unfortunately not that simple, because the internet is reality now. And this
Hold up. So, Leah, are you offering that as context? Like, the British offered slaves freedom for fighting the colonists. British also paid the Indians to harass the settlers. So I understand if you're a dude in 1775 or some shit, 1776, 1777, than talking shit about the Brits and being like, oh, these pussies fucking offered slaves, you know, their freedom and money in order to fight the colonists, therefore fuck them, then I understand putting that into the lyrics as that guy. But if we're 20th century and 21st century optics cucked, where we kind of figured out that chattel slavery was bad, owning human beings and owning their offspring was bad, then, you know, I wish the guy in 1777 or whenever the hell he wrote that, I wish he had been a little bit more optics cucked. That's what I'm saying.
Conflict is not limited to Twitter. It's everywhere. It's in every comment section, on everything I do on any platform. I have met people in person, and the second thing they've said to me is, I'm sorry that people hate you so much. Why do they say you support genocide? What did you do? The fact that leftists hate me is becoming like the defining fact of my life. And I hate that. But I need to decide what to do about it before I can move past it. So indulge me.
Let's go! It's Zioshill time! Zioshill time.
Just a little more of this, and then we can all move on. All right, so next up we have Tabasco's habanero sauce. The first one that I've tried I would consider actually quite spicy. Yes, I know. Meow, meow, meow. Habanero pepper has a bit of a sweet quality to it, so these sauces often mix in mango puree. This one also has tamarind puree, which is interesting. It has a very fruity smell. Let's try it. Yeah, that's really good. With chicken nuggets, I like a sauce with a little bit of sweetness. And for me, this is like the perfect amount of heat. I really like this one. All right, so on October 7th, 2023. Oh God, are we seriously doing this? I think we have to. Okay, so...
Okay, so I know there's probably some leftists in here who straight up hate whatever's about to come out of her mouth. But number one, I'm probably going to like it. Number two, I've been waiting for her to do this for years. It's like she has a huge platform. People don't just like her content, they like her. So while 70 to 90% of her audience will probably turn against her and rip her to shreds like piranha for being even tepidly supportive of the nation state of Israel, she should have the balls to say, well, tens of thousands of people still support me regardless, and as a result, I'm going to say what's true, and if you don't like it, fuck you. And I kind of like, she kind of does that on Twitter sometimes, but then also she's very famous for like deleting 90% of her tweets. I just want her to stand on business. Good, bad, indifferent, dog pile, no dog pile, right wing hates you, left wing hates you, liberals hate you. Who cares, man? Just say what you believe. Just say what you believe.
On October 7th, some Hamas freedom fighters hang glide into a music festival, and, well, they slaughtered some folks who happened to be Jews because they're Israeli. How am I doing so far? Nailing it, right? Like the tone, the word choice, perfection. The image I remember from social media that day was this video of the half-naked body of a dead girl being paraded through the streets in the back of a truck by celebrating militants. And like a bunch of leftists put hang glider emojis in their profiles to honor this act of resistance against the Zionist entity is not real. I confess that on October 7th, I wasn't feeling overwhelmed by the urge to celebrate, not just because the attack was horrible, but also because anyone who knew anything about anything knew that something even more horrible was about to happen next. And it sure did. So Israel, or I guess the Zionist entity, if you insist, they predictably, to me, started dropping millions of bombs on millions of babies, just bombing and bombing and bombing. And leftists on social media start adding me with all these images of the dead babies. And there's like little arms and legs scattered in the rubble, and a child's skull like blown open, and brains are scattered everywhere, and prisoners are getting raped in torture camps, and there's like parents drenched in the blood of their own children. And the leftists are like, your silence is deafening, Contrapoints. Where is the video essay about the genocide? So it was around this time I started wondering if I should maybe stop being a YouTuber and pursue a career in like almost anything but this. I don't know, guys. I don't think.
See? Hold up. Wait a minute. Grassroots for 10. Thank you, King. Thank you for Doobie and Grassroots. Thank you for keeping the oil flowing. I appreciate you. The US and UK have the most overpowered lyrics. Having to omit rebellious Scots to crush from your national song was cucked. Bring it back. I saw that as a Scot and said, come on, get at us. Yeah, the Scots are proud of their rebellious history. If black folk took and Native Americans, if they took a similarly proud stance on their rebellious history against the United States, that's something that we could, break bread on. Like the Apache helicopter. We named the Comanche and the Apache after Native Americans in salutations to their war-fighting spirit. I wish we could get there. But anyways, what the fuck was I thinking? October 7, 2023, war, casualties, etc. Oh, I think I was about to do tepid Zionist apologia. So here's the thing. Israel does exist. The Jews did migrate there 3,200 years ago and conquer said territory against the Canaanites and it's not Palestinians, the Philistines. And then they were subsequently conquered by half a dozen different empires. The Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Christians, and the Muslims. And then they spread all over the fucking planet. And then they came back in the past 200 years. And they established a nation state in 1948 that is 20% Muslim and 80% Jewish. And they control that territory. And so the question is, I understand that on a moral principle basis, and maybe some leftists can jump in here, that you guys think that since they're majority European, because they're Ashkenazi or whatever, so they majority come from Eastern Europe, and they have high rates of skin cancer, which shows that they haven't been indigenous to the territory for 1,000 years or 500 years or whatever the hell you're talking about, that they don't have any right to the territory. But I kind of want to say, what if we just did? Okay? What if we just did? What if we did a one-state solution of Israel obviously I'm a two-stater. I think there should be a Palestine in recognition of the Palestinian people who live there, who should not have to subordinate themselves to an Israeli state. What if we did do a one-state Israel? What if from the river to the sea, it was just Israel? And we could literally set up all the Palestinians with all the internet and all the pornography and all of the food, water, and shelter and economic vibrance that most humans desire in the Sinai of Egypt or in the West Jordan. Would that not be a foundation for peace? And I'm not saying it's good. I'm not talking about good or bad. I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about a basis through which people stop killing each other. Give me your pro-Palestinian feedback in the comments.
I have what it takes to be a war journalist, and I would not have signed up for this if I knew that that was the assignment. Also, I was already
Oh, sorry. Here's the other point I wanted to make. Coward. Okay? Power. Politics is ultimately about power, who wields it, and how. If you're not ready to talk about death, dismemberment, destruction, torture, murder, human rights violations, war, genocide, and all that kind of shit, you shouldn't be talking about politics. Politics is about power. Connor, after your whole city is destroyed, please take this porn. Yes! But here's a whole new city. It's got fiber optic internet and air conditioning and businesses and a market. And it's got all the shit that you want. You know? It's got everything you want. And people are dogging my pornography take. But at the same time, Osama bin Laden himself, a guy who orchestrated the death of 3,000 Americans in the name of God, even he was consuming pornography. I think pornography is a powerful tool. Moving on.
3/4 of the way through a video about why I liked, but I felt that explaining this would not go over well. So long story short, I did not make a video essay about the genocide because, well, there's no explanation I could give that people would find adequate, so why bother? I figured people would stop sending me these gruesome ransom notes eventually, but they didn't. And then another horrible thing happens. The 2024 presidential election plays out in just the worst way possible. Joe Biden pops 3 Ambiens before the first debate and vomits up word salad for 90 minutes on national TV.
Childcare, elder care, making sure that we...
Oh, that was so fire. God, it was so fire. Listen, guys, I'm ass mad. I'm ass mad because I was saying that Joe Biden was too old to be president in the first place, and that if they were going to run him the second time, they would need to duct tape him to a dolly and put peanut butter in the back of his mouth. That way he, and then they would have to dub words over him like Mr. Ed. And the truth is, they would have been better off if they had done that. But if we divorce ourselves from the timeline and we just look at how fucking insane and funny it was to run an amnesiac guy riddled with dementia against the biggest piece of shit in American history, if you ignore all the death and destruction and horror as a result of this, it's almost funny.
We continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
I attempt suicide once again, but unfortunately survive. And then hope emerges for 5 seconds when Kamala Harris becomes the nominee, but is crushed when Donald Trump wins the election by a larger margin than his win in 2016, which was just devastating to whatever hope I had left that progress is possible. In 2016, you could kind of make excuses for the American people. There was economic anxiety, and maybe people just wanted an anti-establishment wild card. Maybe Hillary was a uniquely bad candidate, and even then, she won the popular vote, so maybe the Electoral College was the problem. But in 2024, Trump won the popular vote after everyone had seen him attack the Capitol. So this time, it was hard to avoid the conclusion that a plurality of Americans simply enjoy fascism. H.L. Mencken said, "Democracy is the theory that the common people know what they want and deserve to get it good and hard." No comment on that. And a central pillar of Trump's 2024 campaign was the libel that trans people are pedophiles and groomers and a menace to women and children. So, not to make it all about me and my feelings, I get criticized a lot for that, but it was a little hard for me not to take Trump's victory somewhat personally. But for the alt-left, this was the outcome that they wanted. The American far left had once cared about a variety of issues, from healthcare to climate change to police brutality and mass incarceration to, I can even remember when feminism and LGBT issues were a priority. People used to talk about, for example, Roe v. Wade being overturned as a serious thing to worry about. But after 2023, a new consensus emerged on the left that Palestine is not a single issue, Palestine is the issue. Because Kamala Harris would not promise to revoke all aid to Israel, a vote for Kamala was seen as a vote for genocide on the only issue that mattered. So all the energy that had built up...
Tell me more interpersonal. Tell me more interpersonal. 2016 was a rebuke on corporate politics. They still haven't gotten this yet. Okay. Okay. I can deal with that.
Up in opposition to Israel got funneled into the Abandon Harris movement or the Uncommitted movement or Jill Stein's protest campaign. And after a year of laser focus on Palestine, it seemed to me the only tangible effect of leftists' efforts was to help re-elect Donald Trump. And I found it kind of difficult to take seriously their claim that voting uncommitted or third party was a uniquely urgent, principled stand against genocide, when many of the same people had taken the same stand in 2020 over quibbles about student debt forgiveness, and they have no sympathy at all for trans people or for any other vulnerable group who gets fucked over in the process of throwing an election against a fascist. When I even bring this up, they tell me what unbelievable transsexual narcissism you have, selfishly caring more about your precious hormones than the defining issue of our time, a live-streamed genocide that's a moral test for all humanity, and you just failed. And you know what? I would actually agree with that if Donald Trump were truly better for Gaza than Kamala Harris. That would be selfish of me to prioritize my own rights in that circumstance. But Trump is not better for Gaza. In fact, he's worse.
Trump Gaza, #1.
So, what the fuck have you done? This was another turning point for how I see the far left, the alt-left, no longer just as annoying or useless, but as a force that's actively making the world worse. And working on the conspiracy video made me reflect on the last 10 years of left populist discourse with a disproportionate hatred.
Let's go. Contrapoints is a cogger. Let's go. She wants to grill, man. She just wants her hormones. She just wants her steaks. She just wants her hot sauce. She just wants her air conditioning. She just wants her brunch. But she's a jihadist in that hopefully she's not a coward and she actually publishes this video. I understand that there are further lefties in the chat, but at the same time, like, you do understand that I can articulate your worldview, understand your worldview, articulate it to others on why it must be addressed. But I don't want your worldview to be addressed because I want you to have political power. I want your worldview to be addressed so it reduces your power. So, for instance, some people are stating in chat that, like, the reason why the lefties have so much sway and the righties have so much sway is because of their populism. Their appeal to the working man, their appeal to reduce foreign intervention and make, working class and middle class life affordable again. And therefore, those are the things that the corporate centrist, douchebag, disconnected elites need to realize. And so what I want is American politicians to improve the material conditions of the working class and the middle class, not because I want to usher in socialism, but because I want socialism and communism and fascism to be laughingstock philosophies that the average American is too comfortable to even consider. So we might want the same thing, the alleviation of the suffering of the American people, but we want it for different reasons. You want it to reinforce your ideology. I want it to destroy your ideology.
Of establishment liberals and the conspiracy theories about rigged primaries, and I felt like I was finally seeing this for what it is. Slopulism, whose final destination was always going to be a politics that consists mostly in ranting and raving all day about how Zionists control the government and the media. So, here we are. In 2025, the Golden God ascends to the throne, and all the most powerful billionaires pay him tribute and line up at his inauguration. A newly empowered ICE starts rounding up immigrants and deporting them to Salvadoran concentration camps, and Trump is the only American president in recent history who's actually stupid enough to take Netanyahu up on his inane suggestion that we go to war with Iran, so that also happens. Last year, I finally snapped at leftists and vented my frustrations on Reddit after someone posted yet another video about how BreadTube's silence on the genocide is deafening. Then basically every leftist streamer and podcaster did an episode about my Reddit post, interpreting it in the most uncharitable light possible, because that's good for engagement metrics, and it's easier for them to do that than admitting to themselves that Donald Trump might, in fact, be worse than Kamala Harris. And despite the fact that in that post I call Israel's actions a genocide and condemn it, the biggest leftist influencer of all time, Hassan Piker, accused me of being pro-genocide.
I'm sick and tired of fucking genocide dares.
Because you don't oppose the existence of a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. If you are not calling for the abolishment of a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean, there will never be enough concessions from the leftists for you to satisfy them. It doesn't exist. So just let them call you a genocidaire. Let them call you a freak. Let them call you a bloodthirsty monster craving the blood of Palestinian children. and still have good politics in spite of it. It is dumb to believe that the Israeli state, there would have to be some insane political developments for the Jewish state in the Eastern Mediterranean to evaporate. Like, Iran would actually have to make tactical nuclear warheads, give it to Hezbollah and Hamas, have it snuck into Israel via, truck or something, have it go off in downtown Tel Aviv, and have it go off everywhere but Jerusalem, and then have the Jewish state collapse. I keep calling it the Jewish state. I know there's a differentiation, blah, 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 but it calls itself the Jewish state sometimes, blah, blah, blah. And then Palestinians would just have to live in the irradiated rubble of Israel. That's the only way the Israeli state is going somewhere. They have tactical nukes. They only take 1 to 2% of their GDP in foreign aid from the United States. Even if the United States decided that it hated Israel and no longer wanted to support Israel, I don't think you're ever convincing the United States to invade Israel and destroy the state of Israel. And Israel has enough military intelligence, industrial strength to survive, even without U.S. support. So I truly do not know where this fantasy of a Muslim-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean comes from, besides the dreams of Palestinian freedom fighters. Besides that, I don't see it. I do not see it.
Having to live with the shame of fucking constantly having to defend Israel, but also feel bad because people think you're a fucking moron. So they just look for any avenue, any alternative, anything that they can say to slander people who made them feel bad. That's it. I don't give a fuck about Hasbara Points' takes on this issue, okay?
And his millions of brain-dead followers started calling me a Zio and an Israeli shill and a Mossad agent and a genocide monger. Of course,
Zio Points! Zio Points, let's go! I gotta go let the dog... Zog Points. I gotta go let the dogs out. I'll be right back. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. We got it, memberships. We got it. My posts. We love you. Thank you for being here. Doobie, Jeb Kush, and Grassroots Hegemon, and Old School. Thank you for the support, Kings. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a shitload. Let's go.
I've tried reasoning with these people, and when they're willing to engage at all, they've made it clear they think it's fair to call anyone pro-genocide who does not actively oppose the existence of an Israeli state. So it's not enough to say you think a genocide is happening and to condemn it, because you can do that and still be a lukewarm liberal Zionist, which they consider pro-genocide, because the very existence of the Zionist entity is not real, constitutes an act of genocidal colonialism. So they think the only true anti-genocide position is to advocate the expulsion of 7 million Jews from Israel, send them back to Poland or wherever the Jews come from, and the creation of a single Palestinian state on the indigenous Arab land from the river to the sea. And this is a goal they hope to accomplish by boycotting Starbucks, not voting, and calling everything they don't like spiritually Israeli. So when they say I'm pro-genocide, what they're referring to is my failure to openly advocate for this position. Of course, that's not what most people assume when they hear someone is pro-genocide, and these people exploit that because it's a campaign of defamation and harassment. And at this point, I am honestly running out of energy to defend myself. I feel exhausted and almost shell-shocked after 10 years of fighting with fascists on the one hand and leftists on the other. And for what? What has all this struggle and misery accomplished? Basically nothing. In fact, everything is worse. My country is worse, the internet is worse, the right is worse, the left is worse. It's been a 10-year journey toward lowered expectations. 10 years ago, it was like, we're going to defeat fascism and enter a digital age of universal democracy. And now, well, the internet has destroyed democracy and fascism has won, but maybe with some dedication, we can mitigate some of the worst consequences of it. 10 years ago, we thought we're going to stop climate change and we're going to reach net zero emissions. Now, I guess we've all tacitly agreed that nothing will be done about climate change, but if you live in a rich country, at least you probably won't die because of it. 10 years ago, I thought progressive politics could be aesthetic. Of course, I've tried reasoning with these people.
All right. The reason why I've rewound 2 minutes was because I specifically want to hear how she believes everything is worse. I guarantee you her bank account isn't worse. That feels kind of bitch made. Didn't this chick spend like, triple the average American salary on heroin before spending triple the average American salary on rehab before spending triple the average American salary on her apartment? Like, I'm really not trying to be mean. I like Contra. I have no beefs with Contra. But her bank account did quite well. And not only that, somebody needed to do incisive critique of the right wing. You were the person to do it. Maybe you didn't change that much. Maybe you got a few dissident right-wingers who were falling down the pipeline to become dissident left-wingers. But you helped a substantial amount of people in this generation clarify their own political thoughts. So what do you want? What did you want? Did you want to be Martin Luther King Jr.? Did you want to be JFK? Did you want to be the people who actually moved history? The people who moved history didn't just do commentary from their bedroom. They went out into the world. They became a part of political movements in the real world, and a substantial amount of them got shot. So yes, making a shitload of cash off of political commentary, saying things that needs to be said is still a net good for the world. And then you just need to decide whether or not you get shot. If you don't want to get shot, keep commenting from the sidelines. If you want to get shot, then get involved in actual politics and move for change. But let me see what she says. Sorry that I'm replaying the last 2 minutes.
People, and when they're willing to engage at all, they've made it clear they think it's fair to call anyone pro-genocide who does not actively oppose the existence of an Israeli state. So it's not enough to say you think a genocide is happening and to condemn it, because you can do that and still be a lukewarm liberal Zionist, which they consider pro-genocide, because the very existence of the Zionist entity is not real, constitutes an act of genocidal colonialism. So they think the only true anti-genocide position is to advocate the expulsion of 7 million Jews from Israel, send them back to Poland or wherever the Jews come from, and the creation of a single Palestinian state on the indigenous Arab land from the river to the sea. And this is a goal they hope to accomplish by boycotting Starbucks, not voting, and calling everything they don't like spiritually Israeli. So when they say I'm pro-genocide, what they're referring to is my failure to openly advocate for this position. Of course, that's not what most people assume when they hear someone is pro-genocide, and these people exploit that because it's a campaign of defamation and harassment. And at this point, I am honestly running out of energy to defend myself. I feel exhausted and almost shell-shocked after 10 years of fighting with fascists on the one hand and leftists on the other. And for what? What has all this struggle and misery accomplished? Basically nothing. In fact, everything is worse. My country is worse, the internet is worse, the right is worse, the left is worse. It's been a 10-year journey toward lowered expectations. 10 years ago, it was like, we're going to defeat fascism and enter a digital age of universal democracy. And now, well, the internet has destroyed democracy and fascism has won, but maybe with some dedication, we can mitigate some of the worst consequences of it. 10 years ago, we thought we're going to...
See, and I think this is silly as shit. So we're going to defeat fascism through universal democracy and the power of the internet. That is 10 years ago. I wonder how old she was. I've always been a cynic about the ability of individuals not to impact history, but to be the thing that impacts history. So for instance, like Alexander the Great was able to invade a majority of Eurasia, or a substantial amount of Eurasia. But the only reason why he was able to do so was because his father created the Macedonian army in preparation for the conquest of Greece. If Alexander the Great had spent time creating the Macedonian army, he would have died before he had gotten the capacity to conquer a substantial amount of Eurasia. And who knows? Maybe he would have been so busy, raising the army that his son would have been a pussy, and then he never would have trained his son to conquer a third of Eurasia. And so as a result, the Alexander the Great never would have happened, nor his son. So same thing with Hitler. Like Hitler, yes, quote unquote, great man of history because he represented a movement of anti-Semitism, mass slaughter, genocide, and conquest within Europe. But at the same time, the only reason why he was capable of doing that was because of the destruction of World War I. So, Natalie, thinking that she is a part of the universal democratization of online political discourse, and as a result, we are going to banish fascism, that was a fantasy. That was a fantasy. And to believe that you as an individual would, like, maybe she believed that her as a part of a cumulative movement could have been that, but that's just not how the world works. You play on the world and the world plays back at you. One of the funniest things about Warhammer, I swear to God, so I've played half a dozen games of Warhammer 40k 2,000 points in the past, past whatever time, but it's turn-based, right? So you take your turn moving all your pieces. You do your attacks, hoping to have a certain amount of damage on your opponent. And then you're kind of praying that when the opponent moves on you, they don't fuck you as hard as they fuck you. Or wait, hold on. You fuck them harder than they fuck you. But what's so funny within Warhammer 40k, but also within politics, is that you're not operating as a solo force that goes unimpeded by the other team and by the forces of history. You are constantly being fucked and undermined by the other team and the forces of history. So anyways, in summary, I think Natalie was a little fantastical about what she thought was going to happen with the democratization of media and her own impact in the American zeitgeist.
We're going to stop climate change and we're going to reach net zero emissions. Now, I guess we've all tacitly agreed that nothing will be done about climate change, but if you live in a rich country, at least you probably won't die because of it. 10 years ago, I thought progressive politics could be aesthetically revitalized. It doesn't have to be preachy and bitter and tedious. It could be done with art and humor and style. And now I'm like, well, the left is beyond saving and their behavior is unbelievably harmful and abusive, but maybe if I stop talking about politics, they'll eventually leave me alone. So that's basically where things are at in 2026. This is all a pretty massive downer, so sorry about that, but it is what it is. I say that all the time now. It is what it is. The official slogan of surrender. Nietzsche says to love your fate. I don't know if I would go that far, but I guess it's a nice idea. Thank you for that, Frederick. Our final hot sauce of the evening is the scorpion sauce. Now, this one is genuinely spicy. I feel like if I'm going to be true to the spirit of the mission, I need to not skimp on this, so let's really go crazy. Oh yeah, that's hot. It also has a nice kind of fruity flavor to it, though. What else is in this? There is pineapple and guava. Okay, the heat is kind of builds. Like, it doesn't hit you at first, but I'm feeling the burn. But unlike a lot of other hot sauces that brand themselves on how hot they are, this has character, it has flavor. I probably wouldn't put that much of it on a McNugget because my mouth is getting very watery and my eyes are probably gonna start getting irritated here. Maybe get some milk. Or I could just try to power through it. Beats talking about politics. All right, so where do we go from here? Who was it who said that? I believe it was Adam Smith. Well, I have a few options. Option 1 is to try to reconcile the lib-left divide and rebuild the coalition. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know, guys. I tried that for most of a decade, and honestly, I think we'd all be better off if I just hadn't. And at this point, I basically feel like I've left an abusive relationship, and I'm not eager to go back. So option 2 is to become a champion of liberalism and make YouTube videos de-radicalizing the alt-left. Well, a lot of libs would like me to do that, and I have considered it. Since I finished the Saw video, I've been doing a little tour of political podcasts and conferences, and I've met a lot of cool people. But I don't think the gods intend this for me. This is a
That'd be sick if she became a fucking girl hottest, dude. I know she's too, in my opinion, like, I know she's gonna say, no, I'm just gonna do my own thing in my own little corner and blah 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 blah. That's my prediction. Maybe I'll eat some crow in a second. But yeah, making a center-left, center-right coalition that doesn't have to vote with each other on everything, but can successfully block out or box out far leftist freaks or far right-wing freaks whenever they try to do something absolutely psychotic is That's what needs to happen. Just needs to happen. Is she going to join the fascists? That would be sick. that would be indeed sick if she was like, actually, I'm going to go dissident right wing now. I'm going to become a dissident right wing philosopher.
Task for someone young and fresh, someone whose spirit has not yet been crushed. I think I'm just too worn down by 10 years of this, a Trojan War's length of conflicts, and at a certain point, it's time to just go home. You know, I keep saying that I'm stylistically opposed to anger and bitterness. It's like the core of my life philosophy. But lately, I find it very hard to talk about politics without being angry and bitter, and it's turning me into something that I hate, a thing I've sworn I never want to be. So I think my best option may well be to emotionally detach as much as possible from the outcome of American politics. To, as Xi Jinping would say, eat bitterness. You know, the only reason that I get so angry at misguided leftists is because I care so much about what happens. If I just accept I can't control it and focus on my own self-preservation, then I'll have no reason to be bitter at them. I can just watch them ruin everything with stoicism and amusement. So option 3 is to...
This doesn't work either, though. At least not for me. I would be doing this as a hobby. Guys, just straight up. I genuinely appreciate Grassroots Hegemon. I genuinely appreciate Old School. I genuinely appreciate Jeb Kush. I genuinely appreciate Doobie throwing some bucks my way. But I'm telling you, even if we transition into an independent channel and I'm not able to make my full-time living through a hybrid of Warhammer, Star Wars, sci-fi, and political commentary, I'm still going to be going on panels. I'm still going to be fighting people. I'm still going to be shit talking. I'm still going to be in Twitter. I'm still going to be, in the Discord. You know why? Because I'm chemically addicted to this shit. I am neurochemically addicted to fighting about who wields power in America and how. What's good and bad about what's happening in the world right now. And why we should still be fighting for a better world despite so many of the people around us being dipshits. What's my point? She's a pussy. She's not gonna be able to quit. She's not gonna be able to quit. She's gonna try quitting. And then she will be compulsively forced to re-enter the scene in order to fight something out. Because she will not be able to control herself because you can't control what you care about. It's instinctive. It's bone level. Ignoring what you care about just means you're ignoring your own impulses and thoughts. It's a very silly way to live.
To just stop talking about politics. The problem that I've had with this idea is that it's hard for me to get out of politics when politics refuses to get out of me. But also, I kind of hate politics. It sucks. Part of what attracts me to liberalism is that it permits a level of detachment, a refusal to derive the meaning of life from politics. Because liberalism protects individual rights, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, but it doesn't dictate a collective sense of identity and meaning. And I love that, because I want to create my own identity and meaning. But this is one of the main complaints voiced by critics of liberalism, both on the right and on the left. The nationalist complaint is that, quote, no one wants to go to war for a multi-ethnic economic zone, that a nation is not an idea or a constitution, but a people, that identity is ethnic, not individual. It's rooted in blood and soil, and that's something worth defending against invaders and degenerates. Now, as I see it, liberalism protects your freedom to forge your own identity, and if you can't accomplish that without resorting to ethnic chauvinism, well, that's a skill issue, but maybe that's just me being an elitist. Unfortunately, I think the nationalist argument has a lot of force for a lot of people. The leftist complaint, or at least a leftist complaint, is that the nature of work in liberal capitalist economies is inherently alienating and meaningless, because most people are not working for themselves, but for the profit of a capitalist or a corporation. So a Marxist will say that my type of individualism is a purely bourgeois phenomenon. And of course, I agree that working for a corporation can feel oppressive and meaningless, which is why I've spent a lot of my life trying to avoid it. I guess what I
Almost like you need meaning outside of your profession in order to root you deeply into your community, like a partner, like children, like a community, like someone else that you're working for. You know what is it? It's the whole Fight Club thing where he's working in order to get better IKEA furniture within his... That's not a life, man. That's not a life. A life is friends. A life is family. A life is kids. A life is a partner. A life is taking care of your parents. Life is participating in your community. So part of the reason why I think so many people are socially and economically disaffected, number one, because we got the internet. And so now we can socially interact with people through a digital space that is simultaneously wildly entertaining and safer compared to social interactions. But then not just that, we don't feel like we have enough money or power or clout or influence or time in order to have a substantial impact within our communities. But sometimes you just gotta go for it, man. You just gotta fucking go for it. You just gotta love people even though you're broke. You know? You gotta love people even even though you're too broke to love people, you gotta love people anyways. Oh, man. Sometimes I think fellas trying to make me anti-Semitic. Is he? Liberals are the only ones who want to ignore this and in some cases continue it. Yeah, so I don't know if I agree fully with what you're doing interpersonal in reference to the way that you're fighting in the chat. But if you want to say that part of liberalism's problem is that it frees you to pursue purpose, but it doesn't give you any guidance on how to pursue purpose, that's one of my beefs with liberalism. And one of my beefs with liberals is that they, my beef with liberals is that they don't even like you doing like a cultural critique of other people. So for instance, if I say it's quite clear that Natalie is suffering from the trappings of nihilist hedonism and that her heroin addiction and subsequent entrance into a sobriety program and all that kind of stuff is a huge waste of the God-given talent, money, and power that she's been bestowed, then a lot of liberals are going to say, well, who are you to judge how she lives? It's her money. It's her life. It's her power. It's her clout. How dare you even suggest that she spend her talents in ways that you approve of? Fuck you. Right? And I find that notion very silly. Wildly, wildly, wildly silly. But anyways, the dogs went back in. So I'll be right back.
I don't understand is why working for a communist party is supposed to be more meaningful than working for a corporation, presumably because profit is distributed more equally, assuming of course that the party is not corrupt. But when I hear Western leftists talk about this, I feel like they're not really imagining working in a communist factory. Sometimes I hear people complain about capitalism when it sounds like what they're really complaining about is working. Are you sure you want to be a communist? Are you sure you don't, in fact, want to be an aristocrat? Like the young Karl Marx suggested that in communist society, he could, quote, hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, and criticize after dinner. And the fact that the highest human activity he can imagine is critiquing is very funny. Or Mark Fisher, for example, complains that capitalist realism prevents us from imagining a better future. So really what he's lamenting is the absence of a fantasy. I think what bothers a lot.
My debate opponent is a no call, no show. Unfortunate. So it's, I don't think he's going to mind me saying this. Hussein, I DM'd him via text message at 11:44 a.m. and I didn't get a response. So no call, no show on the Dgge geopolitical debate. I could do call-ins. I could do call-ins, or we could do the Dave thing. I don't know if Grassroots is still around. I don't know if Grassroots would say, no, that's going to attract gas station people. You shouldn't attract gas station people. But then also, I think I said I was gonna do me, which might involve some drama shit stirring. So I don't know. I'm truly torn on the topic.
A lot of people about liberalism essentially is that it's not a substitute for religion. I saw a tweet that says, reading Marxist theory will give you mental clarity no amount of therapy can provide. All the crises we face, Trump and his ilk, are a structural inevitability, not an aberration. And we've talked about this. The Marxist view of history is derivative of Hegel's view of history, which is derivative of the Christian idea of divine providence. So it's a denial of chaos and a teleological explanation for everything with a promise of a happy ending. The liberal Fukuyama is mocked for his title, The End of History, but Marxists also believe in an end of history, they just think it's communism and not liberalism. Fukuyama's subtitle alludes to Nietzsche's idea of the last man, the mediocre people who come to exist when life gets too comfortable. Quoting Fukuyama, if the greater part of the world in which they live is characterized by peaceful and prosperous liberal democracy, then they will struggle against that peace and prosperity and against democracy. I basically believe in Buddhist anthropology. I think restless dissatisfaction is a default part of human nature and not specific to any economic system. That's why there are princes and oligarchs and trust fund babies, people who have every earthly reason to be comfortable and happy, but who nevertheless are miserable. The Declaration of Independence asserts our right to the pursuit of happiness, but not to happiness. I like this. I think it's honest. It's not the government's role to provide spiritual fulfillment. You figure it out. Buddhism provides one framework for addressing this problem. Psychoanalysis provides another, and if people find spiritual solace in dialectical materialism, I don't have a problem with that until it leads them to start ruining democracy. But I prefer to make my own sense of meaning out of art and literature and style and humor and self-expression and psychoanalysis and philosophy. And
listen, man, I'm going to say it. This is part of the reason why I'm happy that I was raised Christian. And I think Natalie might have been raised religious as well. But all I heard was like artistic navel gazing. That's what I heard. Is that like I'm gonna take all of my wealth, power, and talent, and I'm gonna do artistic navel gazing, because that's what life is all about. Life is all about obsessing about what's inside my brain and creating pretty things for other people to look at. And that's what life is all about. And it's like, God damn, really? Like, is that all that it's about? You know, it's not about, I don't know, creating a social community of semi-like-minded individuals who can support each other during the trials and tribulations of life. It's not about alleviating the suffering of other human beings and or sentient animals in an attempt to make the world a better place. It's not about taking, I don't know, like loving the people who have loved you and giving them back a fraction of the gifts that they have given you in some kind of karmic rebalance and repayment for them giving you the gift of life and your education. Absolutely, like dire. Sorry, liberals, but I do find this worldview like dire. Like, oh, I have unlimited power and wealth and money and clout. I'm going to spend my time staring at my own belly button. That's not how I would spend my time if I had unlimited clout, power, and money.
I think that is what I want to make videos about. The things that make me happy and that I'm actually interested in for their own sake. I was recently participating in a little bit of Twitter discourse.
Josh gets it. Life is all about making Space Marines real. Honestly, that would be a better way to spend unlimited time, clout, money, and influence. Truly. I'm not kidding. Dude, hold on. What is it? It's the myostatin-related muscle hypertrophy? Dude, if I had unlimited power, money, time, and all that kind of stuff, dude, we just CRISPR the shit out of people, man. We would do so much CRISPR. Holy shit. You know the way that I was saying that I would like smoke crack in reference to drama content? Dude, we would just be CRISPRing the shit out of people. Fucking, we give a myostatin-related muscle hypertrophy. We would, genetically engineer them to be 7 feet tall. We would genetically engineer their IQs. We would, oh my God, there's so much shit you could do. What's sad to me is that you're being sarcastic, and yet I think that if you truly dedicated your life to developing CRISPR in order to like bring into reality the level of genetic engineering necessary in order to make 7-foot tall demigods of war. Yes, that would be a life better spent than artistic navel gazing. Old School for 5 says, life is about crushing your enemies and seeing their women driven before you in the cries of their lamentations. True. Paul says you will never be a 10-foot tall genetically modified space racist. I know. And this makes me sad. And if I had dedicated my entire life to genetic modification, the world would potentially be an infinitely better place.
Course about Nolan's adaptation of The Odyssey and the right-wing hysteria about this movie desecrating Western civilization by casting a few black actors and a single trans person. And as I was having this argument, I felt almost a sense of elation about being on the side of art for once, against the scolding ideological fanatics. This is where I belong. This is what I should be doing. And if from now on I can just be honest with myself about this and honest with you, I think I'll make better videos and live a happier life.
Okay, fair enough. Honestly, if she wants to do political criticism, political and cultural criticism of pop culture phenomena, that's still a perfectly fine way to do it. I just think that this whole thing of like, I don't want to talk about politics because all the things that I fantasized about when I was 17 isn't what happened in the world is silly as shit. I just think that's silly as shit. But, whatever. Who gives a shit? You do you. Dimish Darknut says, movies depicting the lives of famous gays like Elton John or Freddie Mercury always made me sad when I was a young aspiring gay. The lifestyle comes across as so glamorous yet empty. True! Nihilism and hedonism will only get you so far. Pleasure and contentment are not the same thing. This is actually a lesson that Steven should learn. Pleasure. Let's look up the definition of pleasure real quick. Pleasure, definition. Pleasure means a feeling of happy satisfaction, enjoyment, or delight. It is the good feeling that comes when you experience something that you like, such as eating good food, resting, or spending time with friends, or in this case, sending homemade pornography to random people. Happiness is a wide-ranging state of well-being. It includes positive feelings like joy and contentment, plus a deep sense that your life has meaning and purpose. And I'm telling you, purpose and meaning outlast pleasure. Just is what it is. So anyways, do you guys want to hit the crack pipe or nah? All right, we got about an hour left. So I'm going to be a man of the people. And I think this is actually going to be really funny. Let me thank the people who have donated. It's mostly Grassroots and Doobie, but I also got some chips from Old School and Jeb Kush, I think. 1 second. Grassroots, if you can hear me, thank you so much for the support. I do appreciate it a lot. Doobie, if you can hear me, thank you for the oil. I appreciate it. Old School with the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Old School with the 2, Doobie with the 50, thank you, King. Grassroots with the 5, Jeb Kush with the 5, Grassroots with the 5 gifted, Grassroots, and Jeb Kush with the renewal. Thank you, Kings. I think it's only Kings today. But if any of you are trans or bisexual, thank you for your LGBTQIA plus service to the channel. So hold on. Do you want to go? I'm going to stream snipe Hutch real quick and see if he's reacting to the old Jola conversation or if there's a new one. Let's just take a look at it real quick. And then I'll do a poll.
First day of school, and there's still no AI policy, and principals aren't supposed to buy new
you should be able to have disagreements and say
Ray with $2
thing.
This is why the Democrats used to be for
coming into universal. Another Mockler spoke to
what makes you think that Jola here is an op, and what is an
This is an old... Oh, sorry. I just maxed out. I peaked out my volume. My apologies. This was the old conversation, but I guess Hutch versus Jola happened. I feel like a little bit of crack is Jola versus Hutch, but I don't know how dry it's going to be. That could be dry as shit. Who is this? Who just donated? Who just donated? The god of crack. What a perfect name for this exact moment in stream. The god of crack says, I for one support the crack pipe. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. All right. Okay, I'm gonna put content question mark. Crack, which equals Professor Dave. Destiny hit piece. Then I'm gonna put hit O crack, which will be Jola Hutch. Then I will do eat vegetables, which will be Geopol. So I am putting the content. I don't want Grassroots to complain. I don't want Doobie to complain. I don't want Jen to complain. I don't want B for Brian to complain. I don't want Interpersonal to complain. I don't want anyone to complain. Okay? I am truly leaving the next hour of our lives up to chat. Okay? We can be bad and smoke crack cocaine. We can be a little bit bad. And we can watch some dry content between Jola and Hutch where I'll get to shit talk Destiny, you know, once every 20 minutes. Or I can eat my vegetables and I can watch geopolitical content. So. Silver says, don't worry, folks. I'll complain either way. Randy Chang says, but I love complaining. All right. We are currently at 76% go smoke crack. Okay. Can I just say, this is not my fault. All right. I am smoking crack, not because I want to, but because you guys are asking me to. I hate it. I hate crack. I hate the argument. You know, I hate the digital crack. I hate the... I hate the contest of personalities. I hate the snarky and I hate the drama. I hate, let's be real. I love it. All right. I love it. I love the crack. Okay. We're smoking crack. Approximately 2/3 of the chat has said that we should smoke crack. We could be better. We could be better. Chapingro for $2 says, long live the fence. Thank you, King. Appreciate you. Oh, my lord. This is Democracy Manifest. Will you please unhand my penis? What's the charge? What's the charge? Eating a Chinese meal. Eating a succulent Chinese meal. Okay. Professor Dave explains. What if we go into this and I try to defend Destiny? No.
Hey everyone, it's been a minute since
I gotta call
dropped this
balls and strikes. Holy shit, it's 2 hours and 43 minutes? That's a lot of crack. That's a lot of crack. Oh my God. That is a horrible amount of crack cocaine. Okay. All right, we'll give it a shot. Guys, I thought we were going in for like a 20-minute in and out adventure. I didn't know that I was going to be doing a fucking crack smorgasbord today. Yeah. Defend Pangburn. I will defend Pangburn. You have no choice but to be Team Destiny here. Connor, you're in the last half. Skip to the end to overdose, Connor. Okay, we'll skip halfway. It is 2 hours and 43 minutes. I'm going to go to 1 hour 30. Although I do see a picture of a swastika, and I do want to take a look at the swastika. I'll start at the swastika. Oh, hold on. I need to start here. I think this is going to be okay. Machiko for $2, crack dono. Okay, thank you. All right, and what I will say is if we don't, what we'll do, okay? I want to be fair to the people who don't like to smoke crack cocaine. We will smoke 1 hour's worth of crack cocaine today. All right? From a content standpoint. But what I'll do is we'll just have this in our back pocket. So let's say that I ignore the crack cocaine that I could be smoking every single day. And instead, whenever we run out of time, or, you know, I basically cover dry, non-Destiny related, non-drama topics. And then we have some time to kill. I'll offer you guys crack. And then you guys can decide if we're going to do crack. Yeah. Josh Cox says, smoke all of your crack and you get no veggies. True. Interpersonal for 5 says, smoking crack leftistly with my right-wing cop and fellow veteran. Let's go, man. Let's fucking go. All right. What's wrong with a little crack as a treat? Well, we'll see. We will see. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And today, at the behest of my chat, I am smoking a little bit of algorithmic crack. There is a gentleman named Professor Dave Explains, who I think is a lefty. I don't know. People are saying that he's like definitely pro-Gaza and anti-liberal. I don't know if that's true or not. I actually have no idea what Professor Dave is all about, so we'll find out together. But he released a 2 hour and 43 minute piece of content about Stephen Bennell II and why he's a bad guy. I have been told by my liberals and pro-Destiny crowd that he is so leftist that I will ultimately be defending DGG, Destiny, and liberal people's honor in this piece. So, apparently a substantial amount of it is about Israel-Palestine, so we'll get some geopolitical kicks in there. Let's go ahead and get it started.
Jews in Israel, and this is the best you can come up with to excuse it. I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Zionism is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is
all moral Jews know this.
Their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jew and Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy, as Nazism is to white supremacy.
As Hitler tries to conquer the entirety of Europe, and I guess they think that Israel wants to conquer, I don't know how much of the Middle East. They always say the greater Israel thing. Who knows?
He's got to be regretting taking on this video totally blind by now. I say an obviously correct thing, and he just sarcastically shouts, "Oh," on top of it, as though that's a rebuttal. Then he starts talking about Nazi Germany trying to take over Europe, remembers how that's directly analogous to Israel trying to take over the entire Middle East, which is why the comparison works so well, and then scuttles along. Astounding.
Can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic?
Oh. Somebody said I need to email Professor Dave. Maybe I do. I'll try to be as tactful as I can be. Let's say that the Ottomans had successfully conquered Vienna, Austria, and actually had made it into Germany. And let's say that they had stopped in the exact borders of Germany. They hadn't conquered France. And then let's say that a substantial amount of Germans spread across the world. They went to the United States, they went to France, they went to Spain, they went to Portugal, they went to England. And then 500 years or, I don't know, 1,000 years after they had been expelled from said territory, they say, hey, this is actually our territory. There are some Germans who still live there, who still practice a German heritage. And not just that, but we're getting massacred in the rest of these places. As a result, we're going to do a mass return to Germany. Then it would be properly analogous. It's not like modern Jews or Ashkenazi have no historical tie to the Eastern Mediterranean. They just have a old school tie to the Eastern Mediterranean. So, Professor Dave, my submission to you is that it's not one-to-one analogous, but for the sake of flow, I will let it go. Old School for Two says, it smokes the crack pipe or it gets the hose again. Indeed.
Maybe, but if you really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith?
Sure, gladly. Here's the deeper discussion if you want to run that down. You can say, is anti-Zionism the same as anti-Semitism? On the surface, you would say, no, you should be allowed to be critical of the Israeli government while still simultaneously not being anti-Semitic. Okay, sure, but that's not generally what anti-Zionism means. And if you say you're critical of the Israeli government, how? If you're critical of the Israeli government in a way that you think that the Jewish majority of the state necessarily needs to not be a protected thing anymore, and you think you should necessarily allow the infinite right of return for Palestinian diaspora or whatever, and you think that necessarily it will follow from there, it absolutely will, that Jews will be a minority in the country, and then you're also okay with saying, well, if they're a minority, if they experience violence, I think maybe they should flee because they've, mistreated the Palestinians for so long, and that's okay. Then essentially what you're saying is, I am anti-Zionist, and I'm willing to accept the ethnic cleansing of every Jew from Israel if that's what happens at the end of it. So, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism in that case? kind of. I understand why the Jewish people that say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, I understand why they say that, because that is the logical conclusion, but none of you fucking retards have ever been pushed on that point in your entire fucking life, because you don't have any conversations about this. None of you do.
Oh my gosh, if we end apartheid and genocide, then bad stuff might happen to Israeli Jews because I say so, which means we shouldn't do anything to stop apartheid and genocide. First of all, he always...
kind of. What is... Kind of.
always insists that preventing Israel from continuing to commit genocide would necessarily result in the dismantling of the State of Israel, and that the dismantling of the State of Israel would necessarily result in Palestinians returning to claim the homes that were stolen from them, and Palestinians returning to their homes would necessarily result in a complete and total ethnic cleansing of Jews from the region. That's a trio of ridiculous non sequiturs. Protesting genocide is simply protesting genocide, but I agree the State of Israel should be dismantled, so let's grant him that one. Does that necessitate a right of return for displaced Palestinians? No, not necessarily. I would advocate for that personally, but it's a discussion that would be had. I personally believe that anyone who is alive who had their homes stolen from them should get it back. As for Jews becoming the minority, how the fuck is that a concern that should outweigh genocide? And how is that equivalent to ethnic cleansing?
Okay, but then actually thinking about the pragmatics of the logistics. Are we talking about 48? Are we talking about 67? Are we talking about 73? Are we talking about modern times? You know what I'm saying? Yes, Connor, the Israeli 3 policy. Yes, I am about to do 3 policy proposals, maybe 5. I don't know. But the point is, if we go all the way back to 48, the reason why the Jews say, no, you don't have a right of return is because allegedly, I don't even know what's necessarily true, but the Arab army said, we don't want friendly fire incidents. As a matter of fact, why don't we just Google it? Instead of just spreading philo-Semitic propaganda, why don't we just Google it? Were Palestinians told to leave their homes during the 1948 war so Arab militaries could more easily fight Israel? Historians generally agree that there was no general or centralized order from Arab governments telling Palestinians to leave their homes during the 48 war, though local Arab commanders or authorities occasionally advised temporary evacuation in specific combat zones. Lack of central orders. Extensive archival research into Arab radio broadcasts, military commands, and government records from 1948 show no general policy directive from the Arab Higher Committee or neighboring Arab states instructing Palestinians to abandon their homes. Local and temporary advisories. In some specific battle areas, local Arab leaders, village notables, or military figures advise women, children, and non-combatants to evacuate temporarily to get out of the crossfire or to clear active combat zones. These local warnings often carry the expectation that residents would return after the fighting subsided. Primary causes of displacement. Mainstream historical analysis included works by both Palestinian and Israeli new historians indicate that the exodus of over 700,000 Palestinians was driven primarily by Zionist and Israeli military operations, psychological warfare, direct expulsions such as Lida and Ramla, and widespread panic, fear, and the collapse of Palestinian civil society. So, What do we make of that? Because the Israeli argument is effectively, you abandon your territory, that way we could be slaughtered more easily, therefore fuck you. But then this third thing by new historians, who I don't know their historical credibility or anything, they're saying that the vast majority of the 700,000 were expelled by Zionist forces. So, driven out is not the same as genocide. Genocide. Geno, people, side, kill. Mass expulsion and ethnic cleansing is not the same as genocide.
Again, Jews lived in Palestine prior to the Nakba. They'd be in way bigger numbers now than back then, and they would be the impediment to coexisting peacefully.
Yeah, B for Brian, I'm asking for people's opinions, not just your opinion. I'm asking for the philo-Semites in my chat to argue with you, so I don't have to argue with you. Because it's funny to me to watch you guys fight in chat.
Not Palestinians. Lots of them would leave by choice because they wouldn't be able to enjoy the benefits of apartheid and occupation any longer. That's not the same as ethnic cleansing, which is what Israel is doing. When you're used to subjugating other people, equality feels like oppression, and it would take decades for things to equilibrate, with lots of hate crimes mainly in the direction of Palestinians, since plenty of Israelis would not leave and would be enraged by their belligerent imperialistic ethnostate being dismantled on Palestinians' behalf. But whatever challenges would arise, there's no way it would be worse than fucking genocide. So stop acting like anti-Zionists are silly toddlers who just can't wrap their heads around diplomacy. It's pathetic.
People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians...
Was it? Was it not? All types of people lived happily ever after in the Ottoman Empire and all the preceding caliphates. There wasn't a single religion that was enforced. What does caliphate even fucking mean? What is stupid? Everybody lived in harmony for 2,000 years, and then the Jew nation attacked. Like, what the fuck? What is? It's just so infantilizing and stupid too. It's an American perspective. This is why I know his wife is the whitest fucking American possible. I don't even care if she's brown. She's the whitest fucking American possible, because there's no way that anybody in this guy's family is remotely related to any part of the world outside of America.
Wow. Okay, first of all, my parents are Italian immigrants. Even my sister was born in Italy. I'm literally the only person in my entire family who was ever born in America, or anywhere outside of Italy for that matter, in recent history at least. Second, my wife is not white at all. She's Arab. Arabs are not white. Her parents fled Palestine in the 1970s. Her two oldest brothers were born there, while she and her youngest brother were born here. We are both first-generation Americans. Her parents had their homes stolen from them twice, once separately when they were children during the Nakba, and once again together shortly before they fled the region. So my wife is Arab-American and not white at all. None of that really matters, of course, since genocide is genocide no matter where my wife and I were born or grew up or where our families are from, and us being white or not white or American or non-American has no bearing on our ability to condemn genocide. But more importantly, without going back 2,000 years for whatever bizarre reason, Palestine prior to the Nakba was not an ethno-state or a caliphate or whatever the fuck you're implying. Being majority Arab Muslim does not mean ethnic or religious supremacy is codified into law. Muslims, Christians, and Jews did indeed coexist peacefully. There were shared cultural spaces and celebrations. My late father-in-law was friends with non-Muslims. So you can whine about anecdotal this or that, but you're not interested in learning about anyone's stories anyway, so there's no point trying to help you see another perspective than the Zionist one. So you can keep whining about how infantile it is to yearn for a reality without a genocidal ethno-state terrorizing the Middle East. Nobody gives a shit.
Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine, and they got along
Like, it was literally an apartheid ethno-state. Literally, it was one religion throughout the whole thing, and if you were a different religion, you were sectioned off in your own little fucking place, and you couldn't even hold members in government. It was literally an apartheid under the empire, under the caliphates preceding the destruction of the Ottoman Empire, the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Like, literally, actually, definitionally.
No, it literally was not that. Christians and Jews could and did hold public office in Palestine prior to the Nakba, and nobody was sectioned off. They were culturally integrated. You're lying, like the worthless lying piece of shit that you are. But maybe if you yell a little louder, you'll fool more people. This is exactly what he would do if we were to debate, by the way. Just confidently lie while yelling over me nonstop while his idiot fans cheer like seals.
From choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those...
Slanderous?
Okay. I would say... God, why am I always such a centrist? I hate myself. So anyways, what I would say is that... Yeah. Under the Ottoman Empire, under the caliphates, under the Ummah, whenever there was a Muslim-dominated society, there was the people of the book, okay? And the way that that system worked, at least according to cursory research, is that Muslims are on top. Christians and Jews are tolerated religious minorities. It was more enlightened than medieval Europe, where Muslims were pretty slaughtered pretty heavily during the Reconquista of Spain and Portugal. And then also Jews were oftentimes getting their shit kicked in pogroms throughout the medieval world. But they still had to pay a tax and were considered second-class citizens. So was it better than medieval Europe in Christendom? Was it better to be Christian or Jewish in Muslim lands than it was to be Muslim or Jewish in Christian lands? Probably. At least based off of, the 10,000 different competing sources that I've heard. But one of the things that I get frustrated by when it comes to this is that some people will do apologia for the medieval caliphates, and they'll pretend there were no mass slaughters. They'll pretend that there were no civil wars. They'll pretend that there was no ethno-religious strife, that there were no, barring people from politics or any of that shit. And so as a result, it feels like the pro-Muslim side is too sanitized and the pro-Christian / pro-Israel side is too vilifying. And so the truth, as in many cases, oftentimes lies in the middle. And we would have to go to actual sources in order to document this year at this time, the Abbasid Caliphate did XYZ to this Jewish group for this reason. The Umayyad Caliphate in this year at this time did this thing to this Christian group. This Christian group did a rebellion during the Fatimid Caliphate, and as a result, everyone was put down this way. Like, you would have to document each one, right? In order to, scale them appropriately about who's more barbaric, particularly throughout medieval history and ultimately the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. So, unironically, I'm in the middle. Muslims, Christians, and Jews weren't singing Kumbaya for the past 3,000 years within Muslim-controlled territories, nor was it as bad as Christendom. So, hold on. Let me read a few responses from chat. Jordan says, Pangburn thinks streamers should not yell and insult each other. He has his work cut out for him. True. Conserve says, do you think Muslims gained control of Spain in a peaceful way? Absolutely not. No, I don't. Power does power things. Once in power, things change. Sure, but once again, this is a political channel. We are going to discuss the way in which people wield power for good or for ill. I don't care that the Reconquista happened. I don't care that Christians pushed the Muslims out of Spain and Portugal. I just think that there were some particularly, as somebody who is quite ignorant of the Reconquista, I think the Reconquista is oftentimes thought of as an extremely bloody war. Isn't it the longest running war in civilizational history? The fact that I'm ignorant, was the Reconquista the longest war in history? Yes. Popular history often calls the Reconquista the longest war in history. It spans 781 years, beginning with the Battle of Covadonga around 711 to 7022 CE and ending with the fall of Grenada in 1492 CE. However, professional historians debate the label because the Reconquista was not a single continuous war. Okay. Was the Reconquista particularly bloody compared to other medieval conflicts? Okay, no, oh, that's not what I asked. Nor was it uniquely violent compared to other medieval conflicts. Interfaith alliances. Christian monarchs and Muslim emirs frequently allied with another against rivals of their own faith. Economic cooperation and cultural exchange often outweighed religious warfare. Inflated death tolls. Internet trivia sometimes attributes millions of deaths or total demographic destruction across the entire span of the Reconquista. Modern historians treat these cumulative numbers as unverified or vastly exaggerated, nothing that actual medieval death counts in specific battles, or even major ones like Las Navas de la Tolosa, were localized rather than cataclysmic on a modern scale. Interesting. Okay. We need to learn more about the Reconquista. That's what I just figured out. Anyways.
Clicks, right, Steven?
He is indistinguishable from a neo-Nazi, 100%. I'll own that easy. Actually, more mask off than most neo-Nazis would be, because they realize they can't get away with this much crazy shit.
Sure, double down on calling me a neo-Nazi after you previously made a big deal about how you didn't call me that. You just said I used neo-Nazi rhetoric. Well, now here it is nice and clear, so nobody can be mad at me for tanking this piece of shit's reputation at the end of the video, since he is outright calling me a neo-Nazi. Anyway, that's it for Destiny's response. The overwhelming majority of the reaction was him watching me demonstrating very clearly that Israel is committing genocide and either saying nothing, chuckling to himself and spouting vacuous one-liners, or whining about totally inconsequential unrelated shit while subtly skipping ahead at various points to try and minimize audience exposure towards visceral imagery that makes a conclusion of genocide undeniable. And
okay. Somebody says the Ottomans were bad, but the Vlad Tepes took it too far. Unironically, bro. Unironically. I know that's very lame and centrist and liberal of me to say, but I do think that defending against Ottoman incursion into Christendom, into Central Europe, is a good thing. Fighting against the territorial expansion of Islam was perfectly moral and fine. I think taking a giant wooden pole and sticking it up people's butts, through their intestines and into their mouths, and then impaling people in such a heinous way, and then sticking their corpses along the roadside in order to send a message to additional Ottoman invaders, might have been a little extreme. You know? Might have been a little bit hardcore. Might have been a little bit rich for my blood. I understand the argument. Anybody who sees what I did to this person is going to know not to come into my territory. I understand it logically. It just might have been a little hardcore for my taste. I personally do not like sticking sharp poles up people's butts, through their intestines, up through their vital organs, and out through their mouth in order to make a display of their corpse. So, anyways.
Anyone with a brain knows this is genocide, and he has a brain, which is how we know he's just lying and denying genocide on purpose. With that covered, let's move on to Pangburn. If you're not familiar with his channel, this is what it looks like. Check out this flashy banner, which serves as his audition to be Tucker Carlson's understudy in performative outdoorsiness. What are these terms under his name? I think you missed one, buddy. Be sure to add genocide apologetics when you get it, which serves as his audition to be Tucker Carlson's understudy in performative outdoorsiness. What are these terms under his name? I think you missed one, buddy. Be sure to add genocide apologetics when you get a chance. Once again, this guy has been having a full-on nervous breakdown about my video since I released it. When he first did one fairly long fact-checking style video, it was already way out of line. But then the more content he made about me, the funnier and funnier it got, until I almost started to feel sorry for the guy. It's an implosion on a scale that is rarely observed, at least not since James Tour decided to make a zillion videos about me, and we all know how that ended. Obviously, I couldn't bring myself to sift through every last minute of this Ken Burns saga on steroids, because ain't nobody got time for that. But I jumped around and watched as much as I could, and boy is it pathetic. So let's go through some highlights now. Rather than going chronological, let's start with the most pathetic content of all, some of these shorter clickbait videos that legitimately qualify as slander. Take a look at this shit. Professor Dave believes conspiracy theory, and the thumbnail reads, image from Dave's video. Oh my goodness, Dave is such a vile anti-Semite that he actually used the happy merchant to make fun of Jews. Except he knows damn well that I used this image to represent legitimate anti-Semitism in my video. Allow me to refresh your memory.
People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. I had dozens of loser trolls whine about this part of the video as well, and I mocked every last one of them.
Yes, Mr. Pangburn is the debate host. Yes.
for being fucking idiots who didn't listen to a word I said. As you can see, I said that Zionists love actual anti-Semites on social media because it fuels their victim complex, and I showed an actual anti-Semitic image to represent the actual anti-Semitism I was referencing. Pangburn knows this because he watched my video many times, so he's deliberately misrepresenting my video to perform blatant character assassination in a clickbait thumbnail like a worthless, disingenuous sack of shit, just so we can post the link and thumbnail on Twitter to get some engagement from losers who won't even watch the content. They'll just shriek anti-Semite and crap their pants. This is just a montage of snippets being reposted from his longer reaction videos. I just wanted you to see some of these thumbnails because they're fucking insane. Moving along, this one is called Professor Dave Targets a Minor, and the thumbnail says, "Look at this kid." Yes, he is pretending I'm some kind of pedophile or sexual predator when that is, in fact, what Destiny is. How about this one? "This is disgusting, Dave. The part of your video where you pointed out that Zionism is morally indistinguishable from Nazism is disgusting. You know what I find disgusting? Genocide denial. But since this one is so short, let's hear him make his case."
Dave, this is nothing fucking like that.
In calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them.
You've been doing the same thing, Dave, throughout this video. You've been calling other people dehumanizing names as well. So you shouldn't do that either. I agree they shouldn't be doing that, but you shouldn't do that either.
Who have I been calling what, dipshit? You mean the monsters who are actively committing genocide? I shouldn't call them monsters because that's too dehumanizing? Am I so mean for using words like monsters to refer to people who murder children by the tens of thousands? Is that the same as Nazis referring to Jews as vermin and rats, or Zionists referring to Palestinians as human animals and Amalek? You think that calling out the perpetrators of genocide is the same as hate speech aimed at dehumanizing an entire race of people to target them for genocide? Thanks for showing everyone what a complete fucking moron you are. You're doing my work for me. Did you want to take a second and come up with something a little more convincing?
And it's like Israel is equal to the Nazis. Come on, man. You can't be serious.
Wow, that is pretty.
I hope there was more than that. Okay. Okay. I did the Germany analogy last time, so I'll do this. I'll do this time. So let's say that the English, I don't know, invaded this island called Ireland, and let's say that they had been there for the past, I don't know, 500 or 600 years or something like that. And let's say that the Irish were, well, actually, hold on. Let's pretend that the Irish had been ejected. All, like 80% of them had been ejected from Ireland to the United States. But then there was a slaughter in North America. And so as a result, looking for a place to exist, a substantial amount of them returned to Ireland, created an Irish-dominated state, and then they currently occupied a majority of Ireland, right? And then you have the North Ireland Irish distinction between like the amount of Northern Irish who are Protestants loyal to the English crown, and then you had Irish who were indigenous to the territory for, you know, thousands of years. Well, you could say, well, the Northern Irish have been here for the past like 600 years, past 1,000, whatever. So as a result, they're indigenous to the land and you should just leave them alone. There's also the Irish argument saying, well, this was our fucking homeland. Our historical ties, our historical roots are deeper than yours. So as a result, this is our territory. And by the way, do you know what the solution in Ireland was? A two-state solution. It was a two-state solution. The Irish rebels, the Irish Republican Army, were ultimately forced to concede Northern Ireland to the Northern Irish, who are basically English. So, once again, I'm a two-stater, but I'm exploring one-state solutions out of pragmatism. Do it in an accent? So So we're saying the Irish should have a right to return? True! The Irish do have a right to return. What's another one too? There was another really funny right to return. Somebody was saying that like Zionism is the ultimate right to return because it's like it's like a 2,000-year-old right to return. It's land back, but for Jewish people. Anyways, memes aside, let's. Dave is like a super intense guy. He's kind of crazy. So I'm going to let him do his thing while I continue to paint my supposedly genocidal supporting mind maps.
Pretty convincing. I mean, here I was comparing two deranged genocidal societies, given that they both commit genocide, which is a pretty strong link, but I wasn't prepared for, come on, man. You really got me there, jackass.
You just gotta, you gotta have some moral culpability here, for putting up a Israeli flag and equaling that to Nazis. Like,
oh, do I need some moral culpability? What about the people who are actively committing genocide? Do they need moral culpability? Go fuck yourself.
that is so dismissive of the unique level of destruction and brutality that we saw in World War II by way of the Nazi regime. And honestly, I think this kind of comparison, this graphic, putting it up is shameful. Deeply shameful. You cannot equate these things. Just because you see some similarities, like, I mean, yeah, it's a bad and wrongful thing to do, to compare these things.
It's bad and wrong to compare two genocides, you guys. The Nazis were totally unique. They slaughtered men, women, and children indiscriminately, which is exactly what Israel does. But there is no comparison because reasons. The only thing that's shameful is your Israel apologetics, asshole. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny.
You are grafting on that information you just read, those anecdotes, onto Israel as a whole. And you're saying Israel is equal to the Nazi regime. That is a leap. You know better than that. You should not be making that leap. It's also an immoral thing to do, to make that leap. Even if you see some things that you think, some of these statements are made, and when we look at the context, and when someone like Benjamin Netanyahu clarifies that he's talking about, wanting to wipe out Hamas specifically time and time again.
How is anyone this much of an intellectually bankrupt piece of shit? How many quotes do I need to show? How many different ways do I need to demonstrate the very clear genocidal intent that is expressed by Israeli officials and citizens across the board? You can shut your eyes and ears and pretend they're not real. The rest of us will live in reality and mock you for being a genocide-denying douchebag. And I've got news for you. Not every single German citizen living under the Nazi regime would have decided to slaughter the Jews out of their own accord. They got caught up in nationalistic propaganda, just like what Israel does, which is why Israeli society is so supportive of genocide. Here's a bunch of young girls waving Nazi flags. Do you think they all woke up one day wondering why nobody is murdering all the Jews? Of course not. That's what propaganda is for. All you're doing is continually reinforcing everything I said in the video while pretending to refute it by saying, come on, man, and that's shameful. What a fucking dong.
Like, this is literally at the level of...
Can dong be an insult that we now use? Like, I'm okay with that. I fucking love dong as an insult. I don't even know why this one is labeled genocide. I don't think it should be. I think it should be labeled two-state. So I think I was just hearing him repeat genocide over and over and over again, so I just wrote the word genocide instead of two-state. So, if Connor was dictator of the world, this is what I would do. All right? I would make Israel... does Israel still occupy all the territory south of the Litani River? Did they tell Lebanon to get bent, or did they give it back? I don't remember. But my expectation is because south of the Litani lines up with this, like, Syrian territory, that there's a substantial chance that their long-term aspirations are to occupy that territory. So, if I could snap my fingers, have a multinational American force, meaning like Americans lead it, but everybody else, comes and helps us as well. There's a bunch of Arab armies and a bunch of European armies and all that kind of stuff. This is exactly what I would implement. Okay? I would take Gaza. I would build a sick fucking highway between that and the West Bank. I would take the 67 borders or whatever the current approximate borders of the Palestinian territories are. I would make a second state named Palestine, and then we would just develop the shit out of that. Just give them high-speed internet, give them data centers, give them AI, give them air conditioning, give them brazzers. If you don't know what brazzers is, God bless you. And then there would have to be some kind of agreement in order to, like, share the holy city, like Jerusalem, right? And then for that highway, there would also need to be a highway that crosses the Palestinian highway, maybe a bridge, maybe one of those, boop, those little land bridge things. And basically the highway system would connect northern Israel and southern Israel. Okay? Boom, we're done. The Israelis can focus on development and politics, and they can focus on like all their shit within this territory. They can share the holy city with Christians and Muslims. And then the Muslims can focus on internal development. And they can turn Gaza and they can turn, the fucking West Bank into a Muslim paradise. We're done. We solved it, guys. We solved the Middle East and North Africa. We created peace in Israel. We're done. Okay? But I have a feeling that, yes. But who's behind Brazzers, Connor? Oh, man. Somebody Google whoever owns Brazzers and then take a look at the early life section. Not me. Not me, okay? And truly, this is like the only thing that is like Palestinians can even hope to get. And I don't think they're going to get it. Because I don't think Hamas or the Palestinian Authority have the capacity to satiate their populations by saying, yes, we're conceding 70% of the territory that used to be Palestine, but we're doing so for peace and internal development. And if you don't like it, you're going to have to chill the fuck out. Right? Then, another option, which, by the way, I think is like 99% more likely, is the one-state Israel solution, where over the course of the next 100 years, Israel slowly but surely, through demographic displacement, through settlers, through whatever you want to call it, they just displace the population of Gaza. They displace the population of the West Bank. They slowly but surely allow the, West Bankers and the Gazans to be refugees. And then as a result, this is ultimately the borders of Israel. And if I had to predict what's going to happen, I would put this at like 95%. This is what's going to happen. 95% one-state Israel, maybe 4% a two-state solution enforced by international order, and then I put at less than 1% one-state Palestine. And so for me, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about, right? If I was a pro-Palestinian dude, I would think that you should be fighting for a two-state. If I was a pro-Israeli dude, then I would be fighting for a two-state or a one-state under Israeli control, but with like peace and dignity for Muslim Israeli citizens. I truly don't like Dave wants us to get pissed off and get angry and get on board with from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. But I think you picked a loser as like a geopolitical topic. Like I think what you want versus what is pragmatically real is different. So, can anybody tell me where I'm wrong? There's obviously like a ton of like super passionate pro-Palestinian people who support the state of Palestine on a moral basis, but can you tell me where I'm wrong that this is what's going to happen? Please tell me where I'm wrong. Let me scoot this text over before we continue the content. All right. File, save as, Israel. What's gonna happen to? Moving.
Anti-vax pseudoscience. This level of comparison, this line you're trying to draw. Pseudoscientific.
No, genocide denial is like being an anti-vaxxer. You're pretending genocide isn't real, just like anti-vaxxers pretend vaccines don't work or kill people or whatever. You're a fucking idiot, just like anti-vaxxers. Sorry.
Like, we're talking about the Nazi regime by way of Eichmann figuring out the transportation of Jews to the death camps, you know, starting off with massive pits where even the committed Nazi soldiers had a hard time shooting just constant lines of Jews in the back of the head. They had to be drunk or on drugs to be able to carry out these duties. And this gave rise to, you know, the gas trucks that made it psychologically easier on the Nazi soldiers to eradicate Jews. And then eventually we have the death camps by way of Zyklon B to, you know, industrialize mass murder. Dave, this is nothing fucking like that. It's nothing fucking like that. And it is quite, it's disgusting that you would compare these things in that way.
Literally everything you just said immaculately describes Israel, you dumb fuck. Gaza is an open-air prison. IFO soldiers have crippling PTSD from having to murder people regularly.
I'm thinking about a client that was ordered to torch a house or to explode an MRI machine or things like that, or to prevent people from getting to water, or to shoot at unarmed civilians. This is another breaking point.
They line them up and execute them and throw them in mass graves. They shoot children in the head. Then they take vacations in other countries to try and soothe the PTSD, and they terrorize those places too. It's a nation of fucking psychopaths. IOF soldiers are...
You know how Lonerbox and Avi said that anti-Zionism can reach its own level of bigotry that feels extreme? I think we're starting to hit that a little bit. Somebody correct me again. Please correct me. I want to be wrong.
Exactly like Nazi soldiers. They both carry out industrialized mass murder in your own words. You are proving my point for me, dingus. Okay, with the morsels covered, now let's get a taste of the hours and hours and hours of live-streamed damage control. This was nothing but him sitting at his computer and feeding parts of my transcript to AI until it told him things he wanted to hear. You know, like a real intellectual powerhouse. Before diving into the AI party, let's also not forget that Israel is actively training AI to deny genocide in Gaza through a technique called LLM poisoning, where the data fed to AI chatbots is chock full of Hasbara from propaganda websites like these, so that the models regurgitate the lies back to the user. Lies like denying the murdering of 5-year-old girl Hind Rajab, since that's the subject of a critically acclaimed feature film that's making the rounds. Or falsely identifying murdered Palestinian journalists as dirty, dirty Hamas terrorists. Yep, former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale and his firm Clock Tower X have spent tens of millions of dollars ensuring that AI searches spit out pro-Israel propaganda, thereby rendering 100% of this activity by Pangburn totally moot. Oh, but I forgot. Accusing Israel of manipulating media is anti-Semitic. How convenient. Okay, let's start with the very first 3-hour fact-check video.
I have, since during the Destiny live stream, sent an email to Dave asking him if we could raise $1 million that would go directly to supporting Palestinian children in need, would Dave reconsider sharing the stage with Destiny? Just today, I've also made that a similar offer to Hassan to share, Hassan Piker to share the stage with Destiny, and I think we'd be able to raise $5 million for Palestinian children with that event. You know, we can find a way for these people who are diametrically opposed or actually hate each other to come together and raise money for causes, because surely there are things that are much more important than particular feuds
What a manipulative sack of crap. Dave, why won't you debate Destiny? And why won't Hassan debate Destiny for $1 million or $5 million or whatever number I want to pull out of my ass to help Palestinian children? I guess Dave doesn't really care about those kids. First of all, anyone who believes he could raise millions of dollars for anything is a fucking moron. He didn't even break even at my New York vaccine debate event. There is no shot in hell that he could raise anything even remotely close to those numbers, no matter what he or his shitty AI say. Second, there's no reason to believe that any ticket sales or money raised would go to charity as promised. In case you're unaware, Pangburn got embroiled in a huge scandal a few years back because he got caught not paying out his speakers and not refunding ticket holders for canceled events. Sam Harris, the genocide-denying douchebag, outlined this in great detail since he's one of the speakers who got stiffed. He outlined the whole debacle in a blog post. Others called him out too, like in this lengthy Twitter interaction. Pangburn philosophy totally imploded and nobody wanted to touch this guy after all that. There's a long video from someone named Benjamin Boyce that goes into quite a bit of detail regarding Pangburn's perpetual shadiness.
So he took no responsibility there, but even though he empowered her to do that, he would pull back on the reins and tell her to stop doing things. And that devolved all the way down to the technical. When we did the show at the Orpheum on June 23rd, we're in Vancouver, it's in Vancouver, we've worked in that building before, and everybody was familiar that they have problems with the audio equipment in the house. It's older equipment, it's been used for opera, and the microphones in particular aren't in the best condition for a speaking engagement. And I believe our production manager said to him that we need to cross-rent equipment. We need to get equipment in. Most people bring their own equipment in or rent equipment to bring it in. And he said, no, we brought in a vendor, we brought in a company, which oddly enough, they still have not been paid. I think they have a huge outstanding bill for that they've never been paid for.
Oh, the video that he has online right now that's monetized.
Yeah, but as far as making payments to vendors or hotels or any of the venues, we used his credit card, and more often than not, it was maxed out. And our production manager spent an awful lot of time explaining to vendors and patrons why the card was declined and having to backtrack and go.
Pangburn is old JBP lore. Expand.
Go to Travis and say, get it paid, pay it down. And we were never really aware of the money flow at all. We had no idea where the money was going or coming from. We just get invoices, hand them to him, make sure they got paid, or more often than not, she would pay them through a credit card online.
We don't need to go through a bunch of this. I'll just link to this video in the description. But the point is that absolutely everything he was doing as Pangburn philosophy was shady as fuck. I was vaguely aware of all this when he approached me to do some events after he relaunched and rebranded as simply Pangburn, so I just made sure to get my travel reimbursement and tiny appearance fee up front for the vaccine debate. I believe in second chances, so I figured as long as we did things that way, I was willing to roll the dice. And to be clear, I didn't have any problems with him whatsoever for that event, but with his history of cutting corners and ripping off speakers and ticket holders, why the shit would anyone believe that any money he could raise, which would be nowhere near $1 million, would actually go to where he says it would? And why would I agree to a debate run by a clearly biased moderator like him that would be overrun by Destiny's toxic cult? No thanks. I have a better idea. How about if Destiny admits that Israel is committing genocide, apologizes sincerely for all of his Israel-funded genocide denial, and I'll film myself donating $5,000 to a charity for Palestine, on top of the money I've already donated over the past few years. Wouldn't that be a little more productive and reliable? Don't you care about Palestinian children, Destiny? Anyway, Travis tanked his business once before, he was given a second chance, and now he's tanking it again by running endless damage control for a sex pest genocide denier. Go figure.
So a claim Dave made, Israel is objectively committing genocide. Then the verdict is defensible expert conclusion, but overstated and an uncontested judicial fact. So this is an expert conclusion that people will point to. There's more information I'm going to read, but it's not uncontested.
Are you guys okay if I fast forward? Pangburn, according to Dave, is a bad guy. He mismanages his industry. He basically sweeps for Destiny too much, mismanaged money, blah 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 blah. Okay, Pangburn bad. Got it. More Pangburn bad. More Pangburn bad. Here's some leftist bad. Okay, let's do some leftist bad. Lord of the Nerds for 2 says Pangburn looks like a Heaven's Gate recruiter. I disavow.
Now he's just going to go back into the dustbin of obscurity after everyone sees what a fraud he really is. Someone who platforms sexual predators and genocide deniers and slanders those who stand against that. Finally, getting back to Destiny, it's easy to see the big picture regarding what he has become. Deep-throating Israel goes right along with his deep-throating establishment Democrats. Chuck Schumer and the like, the absolute shittiest Democrats who are virtually indistinguishable from Republicans. The ones who are in the pocket of the oligarchy and willingly fund genocide just like all Republicans. That's who he represents. Establishment Democrats refuse to condemn Israel's genocide, and Destiny does that too. That's why his loser cult shames anyone who votes third party, and it's why they attack legitimate progressives like democratic socialists such as Hassan Piker, who are devoted to real change and actually addressing wealth inequality. Destiny's job is to
Okay. Really, we should have started the content here. So, listen, man, the reason why I hate Hassan Piker is because he said Hezbollah has his favorite flag, Hamas is morally better than the IDF, maybe a sentiment that Professor Dave agrees with, and that basically he sweeps for terrorism. Oh, he stands 10 toes down with the Red Sea crisis, and also the Timothée Chalamet, which people are still in denial. Still in denial that that guy has anything to do with the Houthis. So yes, I do think slaughtering civilians indiscriminately is bad. And I think targeting civilians in commercial vessels that have nothing to do with your actual targeted host nation is bad. So, brave take. Brave take in the cog. All right, let's see if we can get into some meat.
shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized. He's defending a sinking ship, and he's going to go down with it. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? And that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything.
Do you know who he is? What do you mean brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel created JD Vance. Okay, go look at Narnia Capital and where they got all their money.
That's right. AOC, an actual progressive who is genuinely fighting for policy that will benefit the citizenry over the oligarchy, versus JD Vance, Trump's sidekick and Peter Thiel puppet, who is essentially an empty vessel for the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism. It's a toss-up for him. Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand what this douchebag is? Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason.
I'm a similar level of douchebag, but go off king. I hate leftists. I hate socialism. I think that decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production is cringe as hell, and it needs to go into the waste bin of history. I also think that a moneyless, stateless class society, you could only believe that that was the end point of humanity if you were truly an unbelievable dipshit who didn't understand humanity. But, okay. AOC good, Destiny bad. Got it.
Reason why Destiny hates Hassan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hassan and he was rejected. Check out this clip from a few years ago. It's Destiny and Hassan back when they were more amicable, plus Andy Milonakis for some reason. Watch how Destiny just blatantly gropes Hassan over and over again in a way that would get him immediately canceled if Hassan were a woman.
I see that. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead. It's booby time, isn't it? It can be? No. Okay, just... That's what you need for these. I still like rocks. You gotta recover your muscles. I'm a serious food addict, dude. I know, but like, your muscles have to rebuild. After you work out, you need protein. You understand?
Oh, you have a straight alcohol list too.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, did you want to see our list?
Why do you...
Okay, now this is snarking. We're snarking Steven for taking his shot. Listen, man. This is snarking. Okay? This is true snarking.
I think you could just sign on to our internet. We're using it right now. Sit down. Boobs aren't gonna too much. Alright, stop. Make it seem like...
Fuck me, what a lecherous creep, right? He clearly has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that he made actual death threats against Hassan just because Hassan pointed out that his son sounds like a neo-Nazi. That really justifies murdering someone, Steven? Really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hassan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hassan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got? It was an honor fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got? Just a heads up, I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, he's talking about me, free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there's nowhere to go on literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genociding Palestinians. Every single person is so fake.
What date is this? June 30th, 2026? When was Charlie Kirk shot? Wait, this is 2020. He was shot in 25, right? Am I tripping? When was Charlie Kirk shot? September 10th, 2025. These things are... Yeah, these are 2026. Okay, never mind. I thought Destiny was Nostradamusing.
And virtue signaling. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hassan can do all the sex best memes, propaganda memes, lib left are all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Waiting for the Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily basis, pretty much, about me and anyone around me. And then there are so many people who are just like oblivious. There's so many people who are oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane. Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is in Israel, surrounded by his fans in the Israeli occupying forces.
Really? Yeah. Wait, shit, we should find me and we chat after. I'm curious. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Hyber, hey, see, here's some good news. You got me into the Expanse, and I thank you for that. You're welcome. You're sincerest welcome. I think the Expanse, I still watch. Sometimes I'll watch the stealth battle versus the Rocinante around the spin station. If I see that pop up in my clips, I will just watch that start to finish because I think it's so good. Sometimes I'll watch like the Pella space battle. I'll just watch Expanse clips in the battles because I love so much of what the Expanse is. So you're welcome. They're also coming out with a video game. So go check out the video game if you're into gaming and if you love the Expanse.
Have a good one. I'll see you around. You're next. Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy. Hassan has said enough that is like it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been 7 years and he's not let up, and his freak ass audience are constantly trying to, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny, It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hassan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hassan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsored.
Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Listen, man, I know there's some people who want me to be like Professor Dave's best friend or whatever, but this is Hassan ball washing. If I'm gonna accuse some people in chat of being Destiny ball washers, where they wake up every single day with a desire to defend this man who doesn't even know they exist, this is crazy. Yeah. Hassan's just a small guy. He just wants universal health care. Hassan just wants universal health care. I don't know why anybody objects to Hassan. It's crazy. He just wants universal health care. No, sorry. That's not how this works.
sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
I was so, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad. But don't worry, he didn't do it. Not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And now for the meat of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go into many details? Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as
Nope, I gotta sweep here. Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor and received pornographic material from her as well. Okay, received pornographic material as well, yes. But non-consensually recorded pornographic, we need to be specific, okay? Sherry alleges that her audio recordings were non-consensual. People suspect that the audio recordings of a gay sex act were also recorded without consent. The videos allegedly were recorded with consent. Okay, and the only reason why I'm bringing that up is for fairness. I don't want DGG out here being like, oh, did you see Connor? He covered Professor Dave and he agreed with everything. No, Dave is quite obviously a very, this is the politest way I can put it, a very aggressive leftist. A very aggressive pro-Hassan leftist. Okay, so no, I am not finding myself in perfect alignment with Dave.
Well, this qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting the wife of a groiper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation fantasies focused on her own children. His ex-girlfriend saw the messages between the two, as well as beach photos of the wife's teenage daughters and their feet. I don't shame people for their fetishes or sexual preferences, but I do shame them for violating consent and for stuff with minors. So let's dig through the receipts for all this shit. Okay, first up,
Okay.
Destiny knows that you need consent from people to share pornographic material that features them, right?
I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina. And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're going to send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like let me know that first. Because she wanted to be careful. It's like, oh, okay, sure, that was fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered, but yeah, sure. So I thought about that. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about and then we resolved, right?
Oh, good. He does know that, except he has violated this consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife, Melina.
Things that's been done to me without consent or anything, that has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent. With anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Okay, so who was well into his 30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022?
Hey guys, I'm not gonna lie, this is getting into the extremely personal. So while Valor Media and I are parting ways, I think I've had enough crack for today. I think I've had enough crack for today. I'm good. You know, so hold on. Let's actually try to drag some geopolitics out of the crack cocaine real quick. So if I was going to speak with Dave, and by the way, I don't have a problem covering the crack cocaine. I would just rather do so on Counterpoints Politics. I don't think Valor Media needs this kind of crap on their VODs. What I would say is, in reference to the geopolitical analysis, if I could snap my fingers and I could be implement a two-state solution where the West Bank and Gaza became a thing. We built a highway in between the two. We built a highway across the highway for Israel, and then this was the state of Israel, south of the Litani River, north of the Sinai, west of the River Jordan, and a little piece of Syria just for some geopolitical stability. That way the Syrians couldn't come in and rain rockets and shit into Israel proper. This is what I would do if I could do it. Now, what I think is more likely to happen by the year 2100 is that Israel is going to slowly but surely annex the West Bank and Gaza and south of Litani and the western part of Syria. And as a result, this is what I think is going to happen with a 95% probability. Now, the one-state Palestine, which Dave seems to have passionately advocated for, was the abolition of the state of Israel because it's a genocidal state compared to Nazi Germany. And as a result, a new state will be born, Palestine, which will still have Jews, Christians, and Muslims in it, but they'll all be represented by said state. I think the chances of that happening are incredibly small, like wildly small, and I think it partially has to do with the genocide definition. So when I look at what Dave is talking about, he's like, it's a genocide, it's a genocide, it's a genocide, it's a genocide. When I hear Geno, people, when I hear or Geno, tribe, race, whatever, and then I hear side, slaughter, killing, that's not what I see in Gaza. Not with 70,000 dead over the course of 3 years. If I saw 500,000, 1 million, 1.5 million, 1.75 million, 2 million, then I'd be like, oh shit, actually Israel is just like Nazi Germany, and we need to invade them immediately in order to stop this moral harm. But when I see 70,000 direct related combat deaths and 200,000 indirect deaths over the course of 3 years, I don't see a genocide comparable to the Holocaust. So I do see potentially ethnic cleansing. I do see them attempting to render life so miserable in Gaza that they're hoping that the Egyptians or the Jordanians will open up the floodgates for Palestinian refugees to come into their countries. And I do think that they're trying to put sufficient pressure on the Gazan population that rather than living in a rebuilt Gaza, they simply flee. So, in my opinion, I just don't see genocide. I just don't. I see ethnic cleansing. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys knew this, but ethno-religious cleansing is also bad. It's also one of the worst crimes that you can commit as a nation state. So, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Now, in reference to the sex stuff, I have no problem with like me being referenced or my allegations of what Steven has done being referenced. As a matter of fact, we probably should have just started with like 30 minutes to go in the video. Maybe we'll finish it tomorrow if we feel like smoking crack. What I do have a problem with is you need to be accurate. Okay? I think that when you go after somebody, you need to be precise, because every time that you are imprecise, you hand your critics the capacity to refute your argumentation and have people who are coming into the situation ignorant say, oh, that guy's lying because he hyperbolized this factoid, or he didn't tell the truth about this fact, or this kind of thing, or that kind of thing. And so what I've seen so far, bear in mind, we only got into 5 or 10 minutes worth of that stuff before I was kind of like, this is gross. I shouldn't be watching this on Valor. But I would say that I wish Dave would apply whatever intellectual rigor he needed to apply in order to achieve his degree. I would hope that he would try to apply that same level of rigor to this topic. I understand you're pissed off. I understand Steven's a jerk. I understand Steven's throwing all of his weight around you or at you. I understand that his whole community is probably coming after you. But you need to be accurate. You need to be accurate when you're criticizing people. And I feel like there were some hyperbolized elements in there that I didn't like. So, anyways, it is 2:35. I feel like we spent the morning productively, specifically not smoking crack cocaine. Officer Nasty, I would want to see the delineation between the audio recordings and the video recordings. I think what he did insinuated that all of the video content that Steven produced was produced without consent. And I don't think that's accurate. And I do think that's a DGG talking point, that if you're not accurate about it, they will point that factoid out and they will be correct, and it will make people less likely to believe you. So You need to be accurate. But anyways, let me thank the people who donated today. I appreciate you guys encouraging me to smoke crack, although much like if I had actually smoked crack, I now have a headache. Lord of the Nerds, Old School, Intrapersonal, Machiko, Shapingro, the God of Crack. Thank you for the 20, King. Old School with the 5, Grassroots, Old School, Doobie with the oil, Grassroots, Jeb Kush, Grassroots with the 5 gifted, Grassroots, and Jeb Kush. Thank you, Kings and Queens. We will be live tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. on Counterpoints Politics. This is our last week. This is our last week on Valor Media Network. So you guys need to take a look around. You need to breathe in the sights. You need to appreciate what was. Okay, you need to look forward. Hold on, it looks like I got temporarily disconnected. But being unburdened by what was doesn't mean that you don't appreciate what was. And so we must appreciate our time on Valor Media Network. Did Valor decide to separate from Connor over the Destiny drama? No. It was over. It's something that I brought up within the first month, was that Twitch and YouTube politics in general is a salacious, abrasive, slur-filled place. So it's not specifically this drama. It's more of, in general, Twitch and YouTube politics is kind of a tough place, and it's not as wholesome and positive as what they want the rest of the channel to be. Someone somewhere says that's you reading into it. It's not what he said. Yeah, it is. He said that the content that was spread was produced without consent. I think that reading of it incorporates video and audio content. He should be more specific than that. So, okay. Officer Nasty says you pause Andy'd him. Well, we'll look at it tomorrow then, huh? Full twig and berries for the last stream? No. I'm not going to do them that dirty. Conserve says, sorry, what did you just say? I was busy falling out of a coconut tree. Yeah. Ironically, I think he gets more viewership on his personal channel. Yeah. It's not going to be bad. Connor, you're still reflexively defending Destiny. He recorded that stuff without permission. Audio recordings, yes. Video recordings, no. And that's the thing. I can dislike a guy and be vicious in my dislike. Okay. It disconnected. Reload the stream. Reload the stream. All right. Anyways. All right. Well, Officer Nasty, calm your breasts. We'll take a look at it tomorrow. Didn't Melina say there was no consent twice? Yes. In reference to the spreading of said content, not in reference to the shooting of said content. Oh my God, Officer Nasty. Stop snarking. Okay? Stop snarking. You're snarking. You're snarking me, Officer Nasty. Stop snarking. All right. Anyways. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I personally love you. Thank you for hanging out. I'm happy that we got to spend 80% of stream not smoking crack, and then I think it's quite funny that for the 20%, the remaining 20% of stream, I asked you guys if I should smoke crack, and 75% of the people who were in my chat said I should smoke crack, and then I smoked crack. So, all right, anyways, let's fight about it tomorrow. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Thank you so much, Grassroots and Doobie, for the oil. Thank you so much to everyone else who chipped in. I hope you have a beautiful day. I'll keep you, we'll fight about it tomorrow.